Safi kabisa mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, na natumai kwamba Jumatatu yako imekuendea vema. Hujambo na karibu. Hizi ni taarifa zetu za upeo wa TV47. Kama kawaida tumekuandalia taarifa kemkem kutoka vijijini, vitongojini hadi hapa mjini, lakini kwanza kabisa tupate yaliyomo. Hisia mseto zaendelea kutolewa kuhusu kuchelewa kubuniwa kwa IEBC, huku Kalonzo Musyoka akiilaumu serikali kwa kuwa na njama fiche.
This matter of IEBC is the most urgent issue. Why disenfranchise Kenyans because of political expedience?
Rais William Ruto amtembelea Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta nyumbani kwake Gatundu. Siku 16 za kampeni ya kupinga dhulma za kijinsia kukamilika kesho, huku wanaharakati wakisema uhamasisho uanzie katika ngazi ya shule.
Even at a young age, bringing awareness on gender-based violence, its effects on the society, and bringing it and using schools to be able to educate that.
Na katika makala ya matunda ya amani Baringo, tunakupa taswira ya amani ambayo imeshamiri baada ya miongo miwili ya uhasama. Karibu mtazamaji, mie ni wako Andrin Kilemi, mwenzangu kwenye lugha ya ishara ni Catherine Simaloi. Rais William Ruto hii leo amemtembelea Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta nyumbani kwake Gatundu, na katika ziara hiyo viongozi hao wawili wa kitaifa walijadili masuala kadhaa yenye umuhimu wa kitaifa. Kwenye mkutano huo, Rais Ruto na Kenyatta kwa pamoja walitaka kusuluhishwa kwa haraka kwa masuala ya mahakama kuhusu uundwaji wa IEBC ili kuwezesha uteuzi wa makamishna. Viongozi hao wawili walitoa wito kwa Wakenya, marafiki wa Kenya na washirika wa kimataifa kuunga mkono uaniaji wa Raila Odinga kuwa mwenyekiti wa tume Umoja wa Afrika. Ziara hiyo kwake Kenyatta, hata hivyo, imeonekana kama mbinu ya Rais Ruto kurejesha uhusiano wake wa karibu na bosi wake wa zamani, haswa baada ya kufanikisha mchakato wa kumbandua Gachagua afisini. Asante.
Thank you. Handshake.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Asante sana. Asante.
Thank you for nyama.
Karibu sana bwana.
Mtazamaji, hayo ya kijiri, kiongozi wa chama cha Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka anamshtumu Rais William Ruto kwa ucheleweshaji wa uundaji wa jopo la uteuzi wa makamishna wapya wa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini IEBC. Kalonzo anadai kuwa Rais Ruto anachelewesha mchakato huo kwa kutumia mahakama, na kama anavyotuarifu Moige William, Kalonzo anaonya kuwa taifa litasubiri kwa muda zaidi kabla ya kupata tume ya uchaguzi, jambo ambalo linaathiri uchaguzi wa huru wa mwaka wa 2027.
national service personnel.
Rais William Ruto anatumia vibaraka kuchelewesha mchakato wa kuwapata makamishna wapya wa IEBC kupitia mahakama. Haya ni madai ya kinara wa chama cha Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka, akionya kuwa nchi italazimika kusubiri kwa muda zaidi kabla ya kuundwa kwa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC.
Wasted a lot of time. Let them withdraw the case that is state sponsored through a judge in Kiambu, user friendly. Let him remain, or let her remain nameless. But she knows what she has done, because that was a tactic in order to delay the reconstitution of the panel in the first place and then the IEBC.
Kupitia kesi iliyowasilishwa na Augustus Muli katika mahakama ya rufaa, inapinga uundaji wa jopo la uteuzi ambalo lingekuwa na jukumu la kuwatafuta makamishna wapya.
The ball is actually in William Ruto's court to tell his proxies to withdraw. You've just mentioned one of them. Withdraw the matter in the Court of Appeal. And then we can discuss if they are still in Azimio.
Vuta ni kuvute hii iliyoibuka kuhusu uundaji wa jopo la uteuzi lenye wanachama 9 inahusisha muungano wa Azimio la Umoja kati ya chama cha Wiper cha Kalonzo na chama cha National Liberal Party katika kuchagua mwakilishi wa jopo hilo, ambapo Wiper walimteua Koki Muli na NLP wakampendekeza Augustus Muli kuteuliwa kwenye jopo hilo.
What now is what happens, because Raila and William Ruto are supposed to consort and agree on who becomes the chairperson of IEBC. We made it so easy for my friend Raila Odinga. I hope he can stand strong and act for once in the best interest of Azimio.
Mkuu wa mawaziri Musalia Mudavadi amemtetea Rais William Ruto akisema kuwa swala lililo mahakamani ni mpango wa kufanya serikali ionekane vibaya.
The way things are, it seems now we have reached a stage where people want to bring in an ulterior motive, so that you delay a process and you make the government look bad.
Wadau mbalimbali wameonya kuwa nchi inakabiliwa na hatari ya kuathiri uchaguzi mkuu ujao ikiwa swala la IEBC halitatatuliwa kwa haraka. Mwege William, TV47.
Mtazamaji, wa Kenya wanaochukua mikopo kutoka kwa hazina ya Uwezo Fund na ile ya Hustler Fund wamekumbushwa kulipa fedha hizo kwa wakati ili kuhakikisha kuwa mpango huo wa serikali unafaulu. Haya ni kulingana na waziri wa mashirika ya kibiashara Wycliffe Oparanya, ambaye alikuwa akizungumza awali katika kaunti ya Vihiga na KICC kwenye hafla ya uzinduzi, ambapo amewataka Wakenya kuwajibika kwa kulipa fedha hizo kwa wakati, akiongeza kuwa mpango huo utafaulu tu iwapo fedha zinazokopwa zitarejeshwa ipasavyo.
2, 3 kwa shangwe na vigelegele.
Hiyo pesa iko. Wewe unataka ya bure, utapata ya bure kutoka wapi? Pesa unaenda unachukua pesa, unafanyia biashara yako, unapata faida na unarudisha. Sio? Unarudisha kwa sababu tuna mwingine pia ambaye atakuja na atumie hiyo pesa kufanya naye pia kwenye biashara yake. Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, hao ndio wanapanga mambo mashinani vile nyinyi mnaweza kufanya biashara.
We are working in 4 main areas. Tunaangalia mambo ya education, tunaangalia mambo ya health. We are also working in economic development, meaning youth and women who are the vulnerable people in society. Alafu tuko kwa mambo ya climate change.
Government alone, national government, county government, hatuwezi peke yetu. Lazima tuwe na foundations kama hizi, kwa sababu hata kidole kimoja hakiwezi kikaua chawa.
Na kwa takriban mwaka mmoja sasa, kaunti ya Baringo imeshuhudia hali ya utulivu, taswira tofauti na hali ilivyokuwa siku za awali. Jamii ambazo hazikuwa zikionana uso kwa macho sasa zimekumbatia, na baada ya miongo miwili ya ghasia na uhasama. Na kama anavyoarifu mwanahabari wetu Quinto Wafula, kwa sasa wakazi wa eneo hilo wanashabikia maendeleo na kuimarika kwa maisha yao tangu walipokumbatia amani na ushikamano.
Tunakaribishwa eneo hili la Ramacha
eneo bunge la Baringo Kusini kwa nyimbo za kitamaduni, kina mama hao wakibeba matawi kuashiria na kusifia amani iliyorejea katika eneo hili.
Italeta ofisi ya chief.
Kwa takribani miongo miwili eneo hili lilikuwa ngome la majangili waliokuwa wakijificha baada ya kufanya mashambulizi. Makumi ya watu walifariki mwaka 2005 na kufanya eneo hili kuwa mahame hadi mapema mwaka huu baada ya wenyeji wenyewe kung'amua safari ya amani.
Ilituhangaisha na ilitusambaratisha kwa upande wa uchumi. Kwa hivyo kila mtu alipata hasara kwa hiyo vita.
Tunaumia na maji, tunaumia na chakula na watoto. Na hata wazee wanapotea tu, wanaenda zao.
Na kwa sasa dalili za kurejelewa kwa ukawaida zinadhihirishwa wazi kwa shughuli ya uchimbaji wa visima vya maji na miundo msingi mingine kama vile umeme na barabara. Wito kwa serikali na wahisani ukiwa
sasa, unaona hospitali, mabarabara na mashule yaongezwe kujengwa vizuri, maji yakuwe vizuri, tutakuwa sawa. Ni maendeleo sasa tu.
Charles Kamureni ambaye ni mbunge wa Baringo Kusini anasifia hali hii akitaja mipango dhabiti iliyopo ili kurejesha ukawaida na kuwa na mazingira mazuri yenye ustawi.
Those who had run away, now they are coming back and they are being accommodated by their neighbors. And that is the call that we want to see. I want to thank the homegrown solution that they did came with, and they agreed to support each other and to move together. Tumeleta sistema mpaka la Ramoru saa hii ni kwa sababu ya nini? Amani. Na saa hii tunachimba maji kwa sababu ya nini? Amani. Na watu wamesema tunataka maendeleo. Mambo ya vita imeisha. Kila kitu sasa ni nini? Amani.
Msimu wa Krismasi unapobisha hodi, wakazi hapa wanasubiria sikukuu hii kwa hamu na gamu, ikizingatiwa kuwa ni muda mrefu tangu washerehekee, amani ikiwa imeenea katika eneo hili.
Hii ni Christmas ambayo tutakula tukiwa mtu akiwa kwake, mtu utakuwa na lala mzuri. Ukiwa na kuku yako utachinja, ukiwa na mbuzi yako utachinja, utakula.
Ndio tumefurahi amani sana, tunaweza pata chakula, tunaweza pata maji. Na hata mali tuwe nayo.
Na hii ni sikukuu yetu kuu mwaka huu. Kwa mara ya kwanza miaka 19 tulikuwa tukuli sikukuu, ni kilio ya kifo. Leo ni furaha na ni shangwe kwa sababu ya nini? Neleja na Ramoru.
Quinto Wafula, TV47.
Amani, amani, amani.
Asante sana Quinto Wafula kwa taarifa hiyo. Na kanisa limepewa changamoto kuelezea wananchi sababu kuu yao kumpingana na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga kila mara anapounga mkono rais aliye madarakani nchini. Akizungumza, mbunge wa Gem Elisha Odhiambo amesema kuwa wameshuhudia mara mbili ambapo viongozi wa makanisa nchini wanapinga Raila anaposhirikiana na rais madarakani kueneza utulivu. Hivyo ni wakati sasa wa Kenya wafanye mazungumzo kuhusu swala hilo. Isitoshe, Odhiambo ameitaka tume ya maadili na kukabili ufisadi EACC kuingilia kati katika mikataba ya ununuzi haramu Siaya, ambapo inadaiwa kuungwa mkono na wabunge wa bunge la kaunti ya Siaya.
Not just Catholic, SDA, all churches in Kenya. When Uhuru was the president of the Republic of Kenya, when he greeted Raila, all the churches were against Uhuru. Now, this time, when Ruto has greeted Raila, the churches have also woken up against Ruto. Is it that the churches don't like Raila or the churches don't like Luos? This is a conversation we must have as a country. Something happening in Siaya and Siaya County. We have a practice of MCS doing roads, and when tenders are called, roads are not being done because they are paid for the roads that were done before. I am calling upon EACC to investigate the tender malpractices that are being conducted by the MCAs in Siaya.
Na Na huku juhudi za kukabiliana na utovu wa nidhamu katika usajili wa maafisa wa usalama nchini ukiendelea, serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imekumbatia mfumo wa kidijitali ili kupambana na janga hili, huku mkuu wa mawaziri Musalia Mudavadi akisisitiza kuwa wameweka mikakati ya jinsi tume ya huduma za polisi, haswa vituo vya polisi nchini, wataendesha shughuli za serikali kwa kutumia teknolojia, ikiwemo usajili wa makurutu wa polisi.
In the security sector, like the police and so forth, we will want the first applications to be online so that we minimize ile contact ya binadamu kwa binadamu. Ile ya kusema unaleta watu 4,000 kwa kiwanja, wanakimbia, wanafurutana, wengine wanauza ng'ombe.
Mtazamaji, sasa tusanzuke moja kwa moja hadi katika ukumbi wa KICC ambapo Rais William Ruto anafanya kikao na wananchi na hususan vijana kuzungumzia masuala ya uajiri humu nchini pamoja na masuala ya kidijitali. Tunafululiza moja kwa moja hadi katika ukumbi huo tupate kusikiliza ni yepi yanajiri.
Second anniversary of the Hustler Fund, and I'm going to have a conversation about financial inclusion as first item, and number 2, the most important aspect that every young person in Kenya is seized with, and that is jobs. So these are the 2 important things I want us to have a conversation about this evening. Let me start with the first one. So today we are marking the second anniversary of the Hustler Fund. I did make a commitment to the people of Kenya to do 2 things. Number 1, to get millions of Kenyans who had been blacklisted under our CRB arrangement, and there were Kenyans who could not transact in the financial ecosystem because they had been blacklisted. I made a commitment that we will remove these Kenyans from that blacklist. I can say today with confidence that the 7 million Kenyans who had been blacklisted under the CRB ecosystem, we have removed all of them. Especially those who had been blacklisted because of borrowing money in the fintechs, you know, the whole, you know, the whole fintech ecosystem. The borrowing that many people here, because they borrowed 100 shillings, 500 shillings, 2,000 shillings, they were taken to a blacklist. But it didn't stop there. I also said, we are going to develop a financial product that recognizes that we have millions of people in our ecosystem that are not banked, people who have no security, people who have no collateral, and people who require financial support. They need 200 shillings, 500 shillings, 5,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings, but they don't have a logbook, they don't have a security, they don't have a title, and therefore most oftentimes they never get any support. It is the reason why we launched the Hustler Fund. The Hustler Fund today has reached 24 million Kenyans. 24 million Kenyans have borrowed from the Hustler Fund. 8 million Kenyans borrow regularly from the Hustler Fund. 2 million Kenyans are very good borrowers on the Hustler Fund. The others are in between. So on the second anniversary, we got feedback from people who have been borrowing from the Hustler Fund. And they told us, they asked us 4 questions, which we sought to answer today. Number 1, majority of them said, we want the limits, the borrowing limits enhanced. We have reached the limit, we want to borrow more. So today, we increased the borrowing limits. And I'm going to explain to you shortly how we did. The other thing we did today is to consolidate the collateral enterprise, that even though you may not have a title, or you may not have a logbook, or you may not have a security, today, using the information we have gathered over the last 2 years, we can today, with the benefit of information, confidently assign borrowers in the Hustler Fund ecosystem a credit score. Just the same way Kenya has a credit rating. Every borrower and all other countries have credit ratings. We have also now decided that borrowers in the Hustler Fund ecosystem will have a credit score. So we have credit score ranging from A1, which is the best borrowers, people who pay on time, people who keep their records well, people who save, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3, C3 being at the bottom. These are the people who, they are not too good in borrowing and paying. So they are down there. But they have a chance to improve their rating. So today, Kenyans, when you dial *254# and go to Hustler Fund, and you have been a borrower in the Hustler Fund, today you will know what credit score you have. And that credit score is your new title, is your new logbook, is your new security. You can actually go to a financial institution and say, this is my credit score. And they will assess you accordingly, because they know from the Hustler Fund, you are a good borrower, you are not so good a borrower, you are somewhere in between, and therefore, as I promised the people of Kenya, we are changing the collateral infrastructure. You don't have to have a title to be assessed for financial support. You don't have to have a logbook for a car. Your financial behavior is sufficient, and that is why you get a credit score. So every Kenyan in the Hustler Fund ecosystem will get a credit score tonight. That process is going on with our telcos. That's number one. Number two, because we got requests that many of the borrowers have reached the limit and they wanted to borrow more, we decided to develop a product called Bridging Loan. And today we launched that product where the good borrowers will triple their credit limit. For example, those whose limit is 50,000, from today they can borrow up to 150,000. Those who are at 2,000 will borrow up to 6,000. Those who are at 20,000 will borrow up to 60,000. There are others in different categories whose limits will have a multiplier effect of 3, as I said, 2.5 in some cases, double in some cases, 1.5 in some cases. A total of 1.5 million borrowers in the Hustler Fund tonight will get new enhanced credit limits. That is the second item that is going to happen. And it is because of the feedback we got from the borrowers in this ecosystem. Number 3, many borrowers have told us 14 days is too short a period for us to pay back. Can you consider doubling that term? Again, today, under the bridge loan, we have increased the time you will take to pay from 14 days to 30 days. And you can continue from there. The 4th thing we have done today, again, is to have a conversation about what borrowers have asked us. What happens to our savings? As you are aware, when you borrow in the Hustler Fund ecosystem, saving is mandatory. And saving is mandatory because in Kenya, we have a serious gap in borrowing. It is one thing with the progress we are making in matters borrowing. Not just in Hustler Fund, but globally as a nation. Those of you who may want to know is that our savings as a percentage of GDP has always been in the region of between 8 and 12%. Other countries in our category are in the region of 25%, others 40%. China, for record, is at 55%. And when you have money that is saved, if you have a good saving culture, then you build a big enough resource of resources that can be used for borrowing. It begins to give you long-term money, patient money that can be borrowed, and it helps to bring down interest rates. Just for context, let me tell you where we are. Our National Social Security Fund has saved in 60 years 320 billion in 60 years, because we have been saving on average 200 shillings per person. And you remember I had a very serious quarrel about it. Of course, I have since pushed the needle. I discussed with the stakeholders. We managed to negotiate the court cases that were in court, and we finally have a new arrangement. Today, every employee saves 6% of their salary, and every employer adds another 6%. That will eventually be money belonging to the employee. Do you know what has happened? The 320 billion we have saved in 60 years, we are actually going to double that money in 4.5 years. That is the kind of difference that savings is going to make. I just wanted to make that point so that I can come back to savings in the Hustler Fund. We have 3.5 billion shillings in savings under the Hustler Fund situation. Many borrowers have been asking us, who is managing this money? What interest am I going to get for the savings I have on my Hustler Fund account? Now we have worked with World Bank and other development partners. Now KNEST is going to be the arm that is going to be investing the savings in the Hustler Fund ecosystem. And last year, we negotiated with banks. We got T-bill rate -3. With now KNEST, there will be no -3. All the borrowers will get T-bill rate. If T-bill rate is 11, you will get 11% on your savings. If it goes to 12, you get 12%. It is also an opportunity for those of you who have little money somewhere in an account where banks are paying you 3%, 4%. It is time you move that to the Hustler Fund and you will get 11%. It is good information. Whatever you do with it is up to you. So, we have now made the decision that savings are going to be handled by Kenneth, and it will strictly be invested in government security so that there is no chance whatsoever of any loss or of any money being misappropriated. So these are the 4 or 5 things that we have today made a decision about. Increase the limits by up to 3 times. We have enhanced the term from 14 to 30 days. We have now a credit score for each and every one of the borrowers, which can be used in the financial sector, not just within the Hustler Fund space. And number 3, we have had a conversation and a decision on savings. So this is fundamental. And let me also say this. Of the 1.5 million people who today will have their credit limits enhanced, the highest being from 50,000 to 150,000, there is another 4 million borrowers who must be listening to me this evening. These 4 million borrowers have maybe an outstanding amount. Maybe they have not paid on time. Maybe they have exceeded, instead of 14 days, they are at 45 days, or they are at 30 days. If they pay, these 4 million borrowers, if they pay their outstanding, the window for them to be moved to the bridge loan, which then doubles or triples their credit limit, exists. So the 4 million people out there who have not paid their money, you have a chance. We are going to assess you once you pay. We are going to assess you for 2 months, and then we will graduate you to the bridge loan. We want many to come on board. As you are aware, the whole Hustler Fund intervention was to remove the penalization, the blacklisting, the condemnation of people, but to give them a chance to improve on their credit rating. And that is what we intend to achieve. So that is one item that I wanted us to have a conversation about. I will take a few questions on that story as soon as I'm done. The second issue that I want us to have a conversation this evening is about jobs and employment. And we are all aware that close to 1 million people young people enter the job market in Kenya. We also know that currently approximately 200 to 250,000 get a chance to be absorbed. And we have about 700,000 people who get into the job market, and they have, to do one thing or another in the informal sector. And therefore it is important for us to think as a country on what do we do with the 700,000 people who walk out of college, walk out of school, walk out of university, and there is no ready employment for them. Again, this is something that I spoke to and have a plan about in our manifesto. And I can say confidently that for the first time, we have a demonstrable plan on how we are going to create jobs. Creating jobs is no longer an exercise in guesswork. We must be deliberate, we must be intentional, we must have a plan. And this evening, I want to tell you about 4 of the interventions that are currently underway that I committed to the people of Kenya in terms of how we are going to create jobs. Number 1 is labor mobility. And I have my team here. They're going to, I'll give them a chance to tell us what kind of progress are we making in that space of labor mobility. I have had occasion to personally sign off some of the bilateral labor agreements. I was in Germany with the German Chancellor. We've signed off with another 3 or 4 countries. As I talk to you, my team at the Ministry of Diaspora and the Ministry of Labor are working on 19 additional labor agreements, bilateral labor agreements with different countries. That's 1. And we are going to discuss the numbers shortly. Number 2 is the whole program around housing. How many jobs are we creating for engineers, for architects, for quantity surveyors, for electricians, for plumbers, and a whole lot of them in that space. Number 3 is digital jobs. What are we doing in the digital job space? What are we doing with Jitume? What are we doing with Ajira program? What are we doing with all our TVETs? What are the numbers looking like? What is the 1,450 ICT hubs we are working with members of parliament to construct? How is that going to look? And shortly, we're going to share with you the numbers. And number 3, or is it number 4? The whole space around industrialization, manufacturing. What is it that we are doing? Why have we rolled out 47 county aggregation industrial parks? Why have we rolled out 6 new special economic zones? What are we doing with our manufacturing sector? Why have we put in place a policy framework that stops us from importing all manner of things? How do we produce steel locally? How do we produce cement locally? How do we take advantage of our young people and stop importing furniture? How do we... Those are some of the policy interventions that we have passed through Parliament to build the capacity around our manufacturing, our industrial space. It is the reason, for example, that we put a levy on import of clinker. And as a result, we are producing clinker today in Kenya, we are exporting. Many companies that had closed down have now stepped up. It is the reason why steel, for example, I was in West Pokot a few months ago when we were setting up a huge plant for manufacture of clinker that will employ close to 5,000 people. Last weekend, I was in Taita Taveta. We have been, we have been mining iron ore and exporting in raw form. For the first time, we now are going to have a steel manufacturing facility in Kenya, and we will not We will not be exporting raw materials of iron ore. We will be using it to produce steel here in Kenya. Again, because we have provided policy interventions. And our end game being creating jobs. It must be, as I said, deliberate, it must be intentional, and it must be something we can account for. So I could say one more thing, if you allow me, on BPO. On Wednesday, I will be signing into law the business bill that has just gone through Parliament, that now is going to provide a different space where we will now have the opportunity to encourage more companies. Many of you talk about Philippines and how they have managed to build their economy using BPO framework, and India for that matter. What has happened to us is that the law was very restrictive, and the law did not recognize BPOs as a job-creating enterprise. But the law we've just passed through Parliament now will encourage more companies. And I'm told in our midst we have Somersos. Are they here? Right. Those people there were taken to court and they had real trouble. They really bothered me. Now I can report to you that we have changed the law. So nobody will take you to court again on any matter. Right? And I'm talking about Somersos because they will tell us how many people they employ and what kind of trouble they were going through. And they were about to relocate most of their operations to Uganda because many of us were giving them trouble and we didn't have the correct space. Thank you very much, good people. I'll give you a chance to say something later. And many other companies. So these are the two things I thought we should have a conversation about. And I will take some of your questions on these two items. I don't know whether we do it sequentially or we do it, maybe we do it sequentially. Let's start with Hustler Fund. I will take some questions on Hustler Fund. Yes, my good friend? Or there is somebody else? Yes?
Excellency, my name is Vincent Oyugi. I'm the chairman of Geek Connect International. And thank you for the good job. On the Hustler Fund, my question is, personally, I've supported widows, over 10,000 on the table banking. Can the Hustler Fund be made available for the local widows back in the village? I come from Ugenya constituency and I've managed to support 10,000 widows. Unfortunately, the Hustler Fund is not accessible to them. Thank you so very much. Finally, can all these funds, Your Excellency, be consolidated? I'm a finance expert and we have so many finances within, from Youth Fund, Women Fund, Hustler Fund. Can we have a bill passed so that either we have 2 or 3 so that even the elderly like us, because I'm 40 years old, can be able to access some of these funds. Thank you so much.
Mr. Oyugi, 40 is not old. I'm told life starts at 40. I wonder, can the PS responsible for Hustler Fund, can you explain to Mr. Oyugi whether the women in the table banking space, whether they can have access to Hustler Fund?
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Make it brief.
Yes, the Hustler Fund is accessible to everybody, even those who have Mulika Mwizi. However, phone, you can still access Hustler Fund. You don't need any airtime, it's zero rated. But also, we have Hustler Fund group. When we launched, we realized that because of the digital divide, gender digital divide, so most of the women there were not accessing well. So, but right now we are engineering, and we are going to come to groups, so you can mobilize them into groups. We'll be onboarding them, and then we help them now how to access the group loan. So it's there, it is accessible. Thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Oyugi, I agree with you. In fact, there was I wanted to bring together all these funds, but we have many stakeholders, and they are very protective about the different funds. But I think as we consolidate the practice and see which funds are doing well, I think we will eventually want to consolidate it into one fund. But I agree with you. I am a believer in table banking. I have seen what table banking can do, and it is the reason why we came up with a group loan. Maybe then you can liaise with my peers so that as they re-engineer, they can take into account some of your suggestions and the experiences you have from working with women under the table banking arrangement. Yes, young man from some school, I think.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Simon Mugo from Kenya Medical Training College. We do appreciate we as the young people for the efforts that you have put in place to ensure that we, the young people, we get job employment once we complete our schools, and also from various skills that we are having. History has demonstrated that there is some kind of mistreatments which are happening to our own people, those who have gone abroad, and let's say, just to mention like the Arab countries. What are some of the measures that you have put in place to ensure that our people are safe outside there? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Alfred Mutua, I'm sure you are somewhere in this. Yes, can you answer Simon? Simon says, what is it that we are doing to make sure that, is it you or is it Rosalind? Maybe you can have a go first.
What exactly, I missed the question, Your Excellency.
The question was, there are some people who are mistreated working abroad. What is government doing?
One of the challenges that we've had for a long time is the ability of Kenyans who face problems being able to connect with the government to be able to assist them. We have ensured that Kenyans that go to different countries go to countries that have signed the International Labour Organization agreements. So they adhere to international organizations agreements. However, we have found out that our embassies overseas have not been fully equipped to really sort out problems. For example, I remember in the case of one country that I went to, people say they couldn't access any help from the labor attaché or the ambassador. So we have set up systems, including phone numbers, and we are about to set up an app for people to be able to report when they are in problems. As I think Diaspora will be able to also explain, is that we have also set up safe houses so that you can actually leave your employer and go to a safe zone, which will be translating, you will be assisted to come home. Your Excellency, I'd like to clarify at this juncture that we hear many stories of people saying they went to a country, they're not allowed to come home, they can't access medical care, and all those things. What usually happens is that when you go to a country to work, you go under a visa. Most of the time the visa is tied in to the employer who employs you. When you decide to move jobs and quit that job and you go work in the street or go work for somebody else who's giving you more money, your visa gets cancelled. You are out of status. That means some of these countries, your medical care is tied to the employer. You cannot seek medical treatment from a hospital. When you go to the hospital, they arrest you and they ship you back home. So Kenyans, some of them don't want to be shipped back home. So we are trying to encourage Kenyans that before you quit your job, please talk to our labor attachés. Let us go through the process of seeing how you need to move from one job to another job. Yes, Excellency.
Thank you. Rosalind, I think you have some information. Maybe you could just say something.
Right. Thank you, Excellency. And to add on to what Waziri Mutua has said, as the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, we've set up structures in the diaspora to ensure that Kenyans who work in the diaspora are protected. That is usually within our ministries, within our Kenya missions abroad, so the embassy or the High Commission, and we really insist that Kenyans who go to work abroad really register with us so that we know that they are there. When we've seen distress, Your Excellency, we've moved very quickly to deal with that. As we speak, we have just evacuated over 800 Kenyans from Lebanon, where the war broke out, and we've been able to bring back, and we're about to close phase 3 of that evacuation. So we stand ready to support Kenyans. Waziri has also discussed the need for us, for Kenyans to travel to countries where we have migration agreements or labor agreements. And we have embarked on telling Kenyans about where these safe places are. So we still see certain challenges where often the people who have been mistreated is because they have been trafficked as opposed to having migrated for work. We've had challenges with certain countries. We've had challenges with Kenyans being trafficked under the guise of finding jobs in Thailand, but really they end up being trafficked to Myanmar and places around that region, including some that we intervened with just this week, Your Excellency, during this Jamhuri National Job Fair, where certain Kenyans were on their way to Thailand, but really they were going to be trafficked to Myanmar. So we are offering information around these, what are safe opportunities. And whenever there are questions about, does this job really exist? Our ministry and the State Department for Diaspora Affairs can very quickly verify for you whether that job that you're seeing going around on WhatsApp is actually a legit job, or you're about to find yourself in a very difficult place.
Thank you, Rosalind. I think for those of you who wanted to ask that question, it is the reason why we are now signing bilateral labor agreements, so that we have an instrument to make sure that we can protect Kenyans wherever they are working. It is important, before you go to any destination, to know whether there is a bilateral labor agreement between that country and Kenya, because that is the framework where we can support you much more easily. The reason why I set up the State Department of Diaspora is exactly so that Rosalind can do what her and her team are doing, to support Kenyans in those spaces, to be able to validate some of the information you get in the internet. Make sure that you go under an arrangement where the government of Kenya knows, so that when you get into trouble, we can be able to assist you. Somebody had a yes?
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Your Excellency. My name is Stacy Lumadi. I graduated in the
Give her a working mic, please. Sorry.
My name is Stacy Lumadi. I graduated in the year 2022, and since then I've not been employed. I understand the meaning of tarmacking. Currently pursuing Masters of Development in the University of Nairobi. And my question is on Kazi ya Maju. It's a good initiative, especially when you're looking at remittance impact on the economy. But there is a high processing fee for jobs, be it Qatar, be it Europe. Are there plans to initiate course for those getting jobs, even if it's providing loans?
Thank you very much, Ms. Lumadi. Alfred, you are the owner of that space.
That's a very good question. You see, the whole essence of jobs overseas are for you to be able to live here and go get a good job. Now, there are two kinds of jobs. There are two kinds of offers, mostly. There are companies that say, we want nurses, for example, or we want teachers, or we want riders, or we want ICT specialists. And we will pay for the preparation of those candidates to come to our country. We will pay their medical fee, we will pay their air transport, we will pay money for them to do the necessary tests they need to do at the station and all that. And they pay for everything, and the agency that gets a job will probably charge you maybe 10 or 20,000 for their processing fee, or will actually be paid by those companies a service fee, so they don't have to charge you anything. And those are now 100% what quote unquote free. Those are fine in between. Then there are others who say, for example, in Australia, who say they want nurses. They can take our nurses from medical training college who have diplomas, because they're not allowed to work as nurses in hospitals. They can work in nurses at aged care, making approximately 500,000 shillings a month. But before they go, they have to do certain exams that the Australian government wants them to do. And if you add up the exams, including English test, it comes to over 100,000 shillings. Then they have to pay their ticket to Australia, about $1,500. And then they have to pay etc. So you find that if you want to go to Australia, the Australians say, we want you here, but we're not going to pay for you to get here. You get here, we'll give you the job. And they give you the job before you get there. So when you get there, you get there. But then now you have to come up with 250,000 shillings. So you don't have to go, but if you choose to go, then you realize how much you have to pay. Now what we have done is that I have had meetings with financial institutions, and I've asked them, can you provide a facility to our young people who don't have money to go overseas, and they pay these fees for their ticket, etc., etc. And they said yes, but we need surety. I said, I'll write you a letter. They said no, because what has happened in the past is that a Kenyan will get a loan. As soon as they get inside the plane, they block the person who gave them the money, and they don't pay back. So they have had that history. So I have told them, you can't ask for a title deed for somebody who lives in a slum, or who lives in towns where the fathers don't have, the parents don't have a farm or something, or they don't have a car. So we have agreed that they can come to your house and they can look at what you have, what your mother or father has. Uko na TV moja, uko na couch moja, and then they can cost it, and they say, we're going to give you a loan on this as a guarantor. So that now, if you don't pay the loan, they take your mother's bed. So that will actually will help you actually process the loan. So we are trying many ways, and as the president has said, with the BLAs, we are pushing for companies that actually pay for some of the costs, especially the cost of air transport, which are usually very high.
Thank you. I think we have something else. Can PS SME say something? I think we have another ecosystem of, yeah.
Thank you, Your Excellency. In our ecosystem of MSME, we have Youth Enterprise Fund. And the Youth Enterprise Fund have a migration loan, labor migration loan. And the figures I have, they have processed so far 78 million and supported 354 young people. So this is available, but we are trying to see how do we even expand that ecosystem. Also urging our other agencies like Uwezo Fund. So our other agencies like Uwezo Fund also to introduce that financial product so that we get to support you, to facilitate you, also to leave something behind to your family, because that is always a challenge. Thank you.
Yes. So as you have heard, it comes all the way from jobs that everything is paid for, including air tickets, to a situation where nothing is paid for. And there are all manner of in-betweens. But the CEO of the Youth Fund, yes, you remember I had a conversation with you, and he can confirm that he has a financial product. Can you confirm to Lumadi, yes, that indeed under our youth fund there is a product that they can tap into?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Yes, indeed, I confirm that in the youth fund we have a migration loan. The limit for that is 300,000 Kenyan shillings, and so far the statistics are as read by the PS. Yes, I confirm, Your Excellency.
So those of you who are looking for an opportunity, there is an opportunity funded by the government of Kenya, and if there are limitations, I am ready to enhance the budget to them so that we can get more. When he mentioned it to me, I told him that that is a good product, and we agreed that if they get to the limit, we can extend their limit. Okay? All right. Maybe a question from this end.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. My name's Ezekiel Onyango, but you can call me Easy. I'm currently the chairperson of Kenya Film and Television Professionals Association. Professionally, I'm a researcher in the cultural and creative industries. I have a master's degree from the University of Manchester in that area, and a creative economy expert who has worked globally with organizations like IFC, AU, and the World Conference on the Creative Economy. I stand before you today as someone who has worked for almost 2 decades as a film producer in Kenya and a creative economy practitioner, who was successfully managed to transition into a professional. We stand at a very critical time in our country, and the question of jobs is one that the creative economy can easily respond to. It's only the creative economy in the whole world that...
Easy. Take it easy. Because I was expecting a question from you, but you've given me a lecture, which is good. Because from Manchester, it's good to get some experience. But can you make it brief?
The sweet spot is always in the context, and I have learned from watching the way you have contextualized the conversation today. So I only thought it would be fair for me to put some context before my question, if you allow me, sir. Thank you. Bottom-up policies that promote the growth of talent-driven sectors like ours have been proven to work, especially in the creative economy, as we have witnessed in countries like Indonesia, where in 2023 they reported 4% contribution of GDP, which is equivalent to what the tourism sector has contributed in Kenya. While we appreciate the bottom-up strategy that you have, that has given us the State Department for Youth and Creative Economy, we as the creative industry experts feel like there is a tension where there is a bottom-up strategy but a top-down approach in implementation, where the industry has been left out, and that has left the State Department with systemic inefficiencies, and 2 years in, we are yet to even have a roadmap or a plan of how we can fix our systemic challenges. Before my question, I'll say to you 3 important areas that we need to address urgently as a country for the creative economy to respond. Number 1 is outdated policy frameworks, the case of old laws trying to tackle new problems. Number 2 is intellectual property. To every creative person, that is our title deed. That is our bargaining power. When IP is not protected, then we have nothing. And number 3 is the problem of piracy, the small endemic that has injured Kenya and no one speaks about. I can be able to demonstrate that in one financial year, Kenya loses close to 92 billion shillings because of piracy, both to government and industry. To my question, how does your administration plan, through the State Department, to resolve these issues inclusively, decisively, and set up a ground where these creative economies can grow and respond to job creation? Why I ask this question is, if we are not careful, there will come a time very soon where all the commerce that happens in the creative industry will happen overseas. Production will happen locally, consumption will happen locally, but the platforms in which we do our commerce will all be abroad. So what strategies can we put in place to ensure that creative technologies are integrated in the better plan to respond to IP challenges, the problem of piracy, and the problem of outdated policy frameworks? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my good friend. I don't have the people from the youth department here, but let me just mention to you that the reason why I made a policy decision that the sports fund, which initially had been spread to cover many things, including building hospitals and building all manner of things, As said, that must now stop so that we concentrate the sports fund on matters to do with sports and the creatives. That is policy direction number one. Number two, you have said correctly about outdated laws. It is the thing I was struggling with, even with the BPOs. And it is the reason why on Wednesday we will be signing off to change the law in the employment space around the BPOs. And I agree with you that outdated laws have created a big problem for us. Whether we are talking about what we can do around the film, around the whole creative space. And I remember we had trouble trying to bring on board the Grammys. I remember we had very serious challenges, and I had personally to get involved, for some of these to come on board, on what we can do around the studio and what we can do around that space. And I remember Dennis Itumbi, who I'm sure is somewhere here, pushing me to do certain things. Did you hear what that good man said? And can you help me say some of those things that we agreed that we want, especially on the two subjects of intellectual property and piracy?
So on intellectual property and piracy, sir, Easy has actually been involved in the crafting of the Creative Economy Bill that is still pending in Parliament, and he's played a good part with his association of coming with that. And that is a key part in that Creative Economy Bill with a few amendments, and he's in the working group. So in fact the challenge will be back to him to ensure that he helps us to ensure that we get it back and good and going. However, he's raised two key issues, both, if you allow me to respond to him. Yes. The first one is on the commerce of the creative economy. The president went to the USA and interacted, including with Hollywood stars at Tyler Perry Studios. And one of the things that the president is now working on is for a space for the creative economy. We all appreciate that Nairobi on Sundays has become an open theater where people actually shoot everything. In fact, ahead of Easy there is a gentleman from Grammy Awards, and there's also something there you are doing around the Grammy Awards for Africa. And you have actually instructed the State Department to pay so that then the Grammy Awards can be hosted in Kenya. There are a few things to unlock, and this gentleman has an appointment with you this week to unlock that part. So on that part of commerce, we are not only interested, but you are actively playing a part on it. Finally, the president has already given instructions, and I've written to you a letter from our Office of Creative Economy Coordination for us to begin bidding for the World Creative Economy Conference in 2027 to become the first African country to bring the world sector here, because that will unlock the entire creative economy. Thank you very much.
Let me help you, Dennis. Actually, the money for Grammys we already paid. We are not about to pay. We already paid 500 million shillings towards that, and I'm sure the gentleman from Grammys can confirm that that is the direction we are going. And so I think back to you, the motions are going through in Parliament. The creative bill is going through specifically to remove the challenges you have highlighted, to update the law so that we remove outdated legislation, to provide for a sure footing on matters intellectual property, and also to deal with the challenge of piracy. And we couldn't agree with you more. And thank you very much, Easy, for being part of the solution. By offering your knowledge and expertise to support the development of the bill, that is how we manage to solve problems. Thank you very much. Now, we got lost. We were still on Hustler Fund. We now went to, can I take another 3 questions on Hustler Fund, and then we can move to the jobs? I have a gentleman there, and then I have a lady here. Okay, yes?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yeah, my name is Moguna Victor from Kenya Medical Training College. And my question stems from the statistics that you have given us today, that 24 million borrowers are borrowing the Hustler Fund, but only 8 million are the active borrowers. So how is the government ensuring that this over-indebtedness is catered for, and the insurance that the funds is going to continue providing the loans to the borrowers?
Thank you very much. You know, we don't want to push anybody. You can sit down, Victor. We don't want to push anybody into blacklisting. We leave the doors open for the other Kenyans who are not doing well. And we believe that at some point they will wake up to the reality that this is the best product they can ever get. So that's the case. And for your information, we have continuously, because the repayment rate around Hustler Fund is around 80%. So we have a big resource that is revolving. Most of the money is actually revolving. We just add a little money every year to make sure that we keep the system going. So you shouldn't be worried about whether there will be adequate funds to make sure that there is money for borrowers to borrow. We already taken care of that. Madam?
Thank you so much, His Excellency. My name is Josephine Murioki. I'm National Domestic Chair of association called Association of Skilled Migrant Agencies of Kenya. I deal with the distress cases for all those girls who go out there and they have distress. And I'm also an agent. I'm a director of Samurai Recruitment Agents. I've been in this industry for the past 12 years. And first of all is to congratulate you, because we've never heard of this or seen this before, of a president who is caring for our children. Especially me being a mother, I feel so bad when youth comes to my office looking for opportunities and I turn them away simply because they cannot afford the ticket to go out there. And we are pleading as agencies, Your Excellency, that we need to come up with the solution, because once we bring this issue of our youths being denied funds to go out there, if we do interviews and they pass those interviews, we find that we are compromising the quality of our skills out there. And if I can attest, like I had attended Saudi Arabia HR Expo in 2023 and 2024. And this time, in the month of October, 27th to 28th. And we managed to secure a booth there, and we got those demands. And the biggest problem or the biggest challenges that we are having is that if the company out there, they are asking for these young people to pay for the freight, they cannot be able to pay for the freight or to manage to get the money to process their documentation, since simply because they have been out of school, they have loans like help loan, and it is good because you have come and you have come up with the solution. But the only thing we can say, or we can advise, or we can request you, Your Excellency, tembea kule nje, open those doors so that we can have more bilateral agreements. Tuache kutegemea na ordinary three markets. In our licenses, they are indicated very well that we can only deploy housemaids or house managers to Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. We have so many bilateral agreements that are in some of these desks that have not been signed. And the only solution that we can get here, it is by opening those bilateral agreements. Hata vijana wetu hawatahitaji kukopa hizo loans, because once we have more markets our skills, we have more demands, and we will be able now to assist our youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Muriuki. We had said that we concentrate on Hustler Fund, but everybody is going to, I think jobs is a big thing. Okay, let's have a conversation about jobs. So, Madam Muriuki, you have said that you are among the recruitment agencies, is that right? So you're among the lucky ones, because we had 1,400 and something recruitment agencies. We have registered about 1,000 because they were crooks. We chased them away. You are among the few who remain because you are straight. And I must commend, they are honest Kenyans who want to do an honest job. And they want to support our young people. It is the reason why, Madam Muriuki, I have taken it upon myself to have a diaspora desk, a diaspora state department, whose job is to scout and make sure that we sign bilateral labor agreements so that we can open more markets for our young people. As you are aware, we have now worked on making sure that we go beyond, we also sign for professional jobs, teachers, nurses, clinical officers, engineers, and all the other categories, so that we, in the past, it was just limited to what you are saying. And I don't know whether it is Josephine or Rosalind, sorry. So, Rosalind, you want to say something about it?
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Muriuki. We've broadened our market significantly. Just this year, Your Excellency, we signed an agreement with Germany that opens up a skilled workers market for Kenyans to play in that space. And the size of that market is huge. The size of the market itself is over 250,000 people, and it depends on how many Kenyans who are able to play in that space. We also in September signed an MOU with Austria, which has similar numbers and are able to take up more opportunities. We are currently in discussions with other countries, including Ireland and elsewhere, to open up this market. So this movement to open up more opportunities is very much on course, Excellency.
And it's part of your KPI?
It is, yes, indeed. It is part of my KPI, and we have an entire Excellency agency that is specifically tasked, the Diaspora Placement Agency, tasked with ensuring that this happens. So we are very much on this.
Okay. And let me also mention the following, that a market like Germany, which has an array of professional, skilled, semi-skilled opportunities. The size of that market is 250,000 people. We are possibly the only, or among the few African countries who have space to be able to take citizens to that market. I would ask our recruitment agencies to step into that space and support young people who are going into that space. And it is important for me at this point to ask, in the last 2 years, how many Kenyans have we facilitated to get jobs abroad? Alfred?
Your Excellency, we have over 218,000 Kenyans have left the country to get jobs overseas. The target is to start pushing at least 700,000 to 1 million a year. And that is why we've started this move of taking the job opportunities to every county. Because before, people were not aware of the opportunities and people don't have money to come to Nairobi or to visit these agencies. So we are taking the agencies and the jobs all the way to the counties, and we will be publishing the available employment opportunities on our government website, on NAIR, or even in my Facebook. I'll be telling you, look here, these are the opportunities, this is what is needed, so that regardless of where you are in the country, you have a chance to come and compete for those opportunities.
I know in this auditorium we have recruitment agencies. We have people who run recruitment agencies. Is that correct? Are they here? Can anybody who is running a recruitment agency, can they stand up? So all you good people are in that space. Let's clap a round of applause for them. Asanteni sana, you can take your seats. I want at least one or two of you to step forward and tell us, in the last 2 years, how many Kenyans you have assisted through your recruitment agency to find jobs abroad. We have one lady there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Monica Mwema. I run a recruitment agency called Monisa Company Limited, and I have run it for the last 10 years. In the last 2 years, I have been able to deploy over 3,000 Kenyans, both skilled, semi-skilled, and even others for a little low-cadre jobs like housemaids. I've been able to take Kenyans engineers to UK. I've been able to take teachers. I've been able to take nurses, housemaids, lady drivers, and even people to work in farms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said about 3,000. About 3,000?
Yes.
In the last 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. So of these 218,000, you can account for 3,000.
Yes.
Can I have one more person who, yes, behind there? Oh, yeah, all right, whatever.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Daniel Maroria. I run an agency, TDM International Limited. For the last 2 years, I've managed to recruit around 2,500, both skilled and unskilled. Majorly, I do Qatar demands, mostly on security guards, like when you go to Hamad International Airport. I've managed to recruit, for the last 1 year, I've recruited around 700 guards.
How much money are the guards paid, Mr. Marori?
For recruitment?
No.
For salary?
Yes. Do you know?
Yes. Right now, they are paying us a basic salary of 1,000, then 300 reals.
1,000 shillings or 1,000?
No, Qatar reals.
Yes, which is like how much Kenyan shillings?
Which is around 35,000. That is the basic salary for 8 hours. But most of our guards are getting more than 50,000, 45,000 plus because they are working for 12 hours. Especially for those candidates who are working in Hamad Airport. They got training and they are now screeners. And most of them also are working as fire wardens, whereby most of them, they are giving us good feedbacks. And they are also sending us more clients to assist. And besides airport, we have also done different demands for Dubai. Like I've recruited some candidates for Dubai from NYS, like welders, fabricators, and so many others.
Very good.
We are also looking forward to get more demands to assist our fellow youths.
Do we have any other, let me have a final person. Yes, my friend?
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Benjamin. I run an agency here in Nairobi, and I have an office in Qatar as well. So I have been in this business for the last 3 years. I have managed to take around 1,500 from Kenya to Qatar.
Very good.
As we speak, I want to say because of your effort, right now we have a recruiter or employer from Germany who has come here to look for doctors, to look for nurses, to look for people to work in hospitality.
Are you assisting him?
Yes, we are doing.
Very good.
Yes. So I can say that if anybody has got the right qualification for those professions and has got a B1, which is the language required by Germans, we can get in touch with us. We can assist. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benjamin. Maybe let me listen to this lady, the final person here.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Caroline Njoki Murogo. My agency is Consult Center Limited. I managed to successfully deliver an order for teachers to Baltimore City sometime in July this year. And then just this week, my partners will be around for interviews for another probably 200 candidates who are ready, and subsequently got another order for about 2,500. So I'm looking at 5 years of delivering about 500 in every year. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Are these real numbers, Njoki, or?
They are real numbers.
Real people?
Real people.
Real Kenyans.
Ms. Njogu is aware that they have authenticated the order.
You know, there is a spirit of Thomas in Kenya nowadays operating.
I know, it's real. It's real.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Njoki.
you.
Okay. So, from the numbers, I think Alfred has told us in the last 2 years, 218,000 Kenyans have gotten different jobs in different parts of the world. We have here men and women who have facilitated. As recruitment agencies, the Ministry of Diaspora is here. They have worked with them to confirm and to make sure that Kenyans who are leaving Kenya to go and work elsewhere have the requisite government support, and if there is trouble, we can always find them to come back home. Let me go to another space. Digital jobs. As you're all aware, we have a program running under the Ajira framework. We have also the Jitume arrangement. And we have a whole plan around digital jobs. I want somebody from that space on digital jobs to give us the numbers. Do I have anybody here? Yes, tell us your name and where you work.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Kiria John. I'm here to represent my PS, Engineer John Tanui, but I head the Division of E-Commerce and Entrepreneurship at the Ministry. So, Your Excellency, in our program...
How many Kenyans have you trained on digital skills or to work?
So far, Your Excellency, we have skilled over 693,000 Kenyans in our 272 digital hubs that we have set up. And we target to set up 1,450 digital hubs across the entire country.
Are those the ones, one in every ward?
One in every ward.
Okay.
And we have, apart from just skilling them, we have also been able to facilitate job linkages of 182,000 of these skilled Kenyans. And apart from that, we are also undertaking a sensitization program, and that's where my PS and the CS and also the Prime Cabinet Secretary were in Kakamega County doing a town hall like this one to also sensitize the youth of the available opportunities in the digital job space. So we are also creating the awareness and how they can benefit.
Okay, so within the 270 different hubs around Kenya that exist today, yes, even as we work with members of parliament and others to bring on board another 1,200 to make it 1,450 in different parts of Kenya, right?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So at the moment, you say we have 182,000
already doing jobs and earning from those jobs.
I was, for example, in one of our TVETs, and there were many young people who were already monetizing their talent. They were already working on the digital. Does that include those kind of people?
Exactly, Your Excellency. Because at these hubs, we are also not just training them and skilling them, but actually they are doing the actual work itself and earning from digital jobs online and getting paid. So they are going to these hubs, and apart from getting the skills, they are also earning from this online work they undertake in these hubs.
How many computers have we distributed in these different ICT hubs across the country?
Your Excellency, so far we have distributed 19,693 computers in all these hubs.
And what is the plan going forward?
So the plan going forward, Your Excellency, is to set up the 1,450, to equip them and be able to skill at least 1 million youths and above.
So the target is to move from the 180,000 currently who are engaged at different levels.
Yes, Your
and
Excellency.
earning and monetizing their talent and their skills using the digital space.
Yes, Your Excellency. And also to add on that...
you want to scale that from 180,000 to a million?
To a million, with all the hubs ones we have already completed.
With the ICT hubs?
Yes, and also it's good to note, Your Excellency, that through also your leadership, we have been able to engage the OTTs, and now they are monetizing the content that these youth are also generating. So they are earning.
Many of these people don't know what OTT is. Can you just simplify it a bit?
Yes, Your Excellency, these are the TikTok, the YouTube, Facebook. So we have been able to negotiate better rates for Kenya as a country. And actually, if you look, relatively to also the other countries, the Kenyan content providers are getting paid better by these OTTs through your leadership.
I remember you people forced me to talk to people in T-shirts, and I had to, and to get them to allow us to monetize the space and to allow our content creators to be paid.
Your Excellency.
Because
Your Excellency.
I think Kenya is the fourth country in Africa to be allowed to monetize content.
Exactly.
The other countries don't.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe I will ask Madam Moria, the PS for Tibet. You are aware of what is going on in our Tibet. Can you say something about that space with digital jobs?
Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. In addition to what he has already said, we have already trained 600 trainers across the country who are now able to train our young people either within our institutions, and Your Excellency, we have 126 Tibet institutions with the devices between 50 and 100. And we have been able to train the numbers, some of them in the Tibet institutions. But Your Excellency, to be able to make sure that space is moving, our biggest responsibility has been to ensure that we are training the trainers at the Kenya School of Tibet, and we already have 600 of them across the country, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Let me go to another space. I think we're talking about the space around labor mobility. People going to work abroad, as Alfred and Rosalind have said. We are talking about digital jobs, people working in our ICT hubs. Many people have been asking me, why am I so passionate about ICT hubs? Because it unlocks huge potential. It gives our young people an opportunity to work. I have met many of them in Tibet institutions, in other different ICT hubs. And at the moment, we have a program where we are working with Kenya Power to deliver internet to as many places in Kenya as possible, so that progressively we can unlock that we can unlock that potential, and that is going to turn around. Because again, I said, for us to be able to create jobs, we have to be intentional. We cannot just assume that jobs will arrive. We have to know ICT hubs, deliver internet, have trainers, have TOTs, train more young people, provide computers. And that's exactly what the gentleman from our Department of ICT has said. Let me move to another space. The space around industry and manufacturing. I think P.S. Abubakar is here. What is the space around, why are we negotiating, for example, a new agreement with America on matters to do with textile? Why are we doing more special economic zones? What are the numbers like?
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think, Your Excellency, your strategic shift or your strategic intent in all this is first is to subsidize production, 2 is to incentivize value addition, 3 is to expand the market, and 4 is to de-risk private investment. So what we are doing in terms of the market access, we are expanding our market access from the US. Now we have an economic partnership agreement with UK. Now we also have an economic partnership agreement with the European Union so that we can have a lot of market access for our products. And one of the products which we have a competitive advantage in exporting is in the textile space. So Your Excellency, in your special economic zones and extra processing zone program, where people can produce competitively to access this market, we've been able to create 10,000 jobs in that space, mostly in the area of textile and apparels.
Okay. So let me allow now, just sit there, Bakar. I want the people from the business process outsourcing. I remember I went to Samasos up on Mombasa Road. I remember earlier this year, I went to Tatu City with CCI. They now have 6,000 people working for different companies out of Ruiru, here in Ruiru. What is going on in that space around the BPO, Madam?
All right, I appreciate that. My name is Anpisa Lola. I'm with SAMA. And if I'm just to paint a picture in the BPO industry, I'm going to talk in terms of numbers just to show how big this industry is and why it's important for us to literally focus, especially when it comes to creating jobs for the youth. So SAMA is a BPO. In Kenya alone, we have to the tunes of 3,500 employees. And this is full-time job, benefits, medical cover, all that. And we have not even scratched the surface. Okay? Now, when you look at how big this industry is, this industry last year alone was a $1 trillion USD industry. Okay? That's globally. Now, bringing that down to the amount of jobs that are created, India developed, I think for anybody who's read about BPO, India developed its middle class through BPOs. Today, India has 4.5 million jobs in the BPO industry. Philippines has 1.1 million jobs. Your Excellency, you just talked about the 1 million graduates that we are churning out every year. And from an industry expert, I'll tell you, Kenya delivers quality job than India and Philippines. Now, a lot of things are working well for Kenya. Easy, I literally quoted your word like old laws trying to tackle new challenges, and we appreciate the progress that you're doing in the BPO industry, because today, when you look at Kenya, the BPO industry right now is heavy on English. I mean, North America accounts for 41%. I challenge anyone here that Kenyans have better English than the other regions I spoke about. Yeah? Now, you look at our education system is stronger. You look at the work the ICT ministry in the leadership of PS Tanu is doing in terms of internet, stronger than any other place. We are seeing these clients wanting to outsource to Kenya. And Kenya is not cheap compared to the other. I just want to demystify that. There's been a question on Kenya is cheaper. We are actually more expensive than those other regions, but the clients are preferring Kenya because they are getting quality work from Kenya. Okay. Now, today when you look at this sector, some alone we are at 51% women, 49% men, and our focus is on AI. You look at AI alone, AI is looking at $826 billion in the next 6 years. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm a strong believer of Africa deserves a seat at this table. Yeah? Kenya deserves a seat at this table because anybody who knows AI knows about AI bias. If you don't train it, it talks about what it thinks. I think I'm seeing you nodding. Because there are movies, you hear somebody who's talking Swahili and they are literally talking a different language. That is not Swahili. That is not what you want AI to do. Yeah? So, Your Excellency, I think just in conclusion, is just appreciating the initiatives around defining this space and defining a space in such a way that it's both good for the workers because, defines what is the criteria, what is the wage, what is all that around, but then also attracting more investments in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, our focus is in that space. The reason why we are spending 10 billion shillings to expand our internet connection is because people like Sama require very strong internet because most of the time their workers work for clients outside Kenya. Number two is to make sure that the legislation does not impede companies that want to invest in Kenya in the BPO business. It is the reason why this year, as I told you, in Ruiru at Tatu City, we managed to get CCI to invest, and now they are hiring 6,000 Kenyans. They have given us a horizon of 50,000 if we do certain things in that space. And among the things that we are doing in that space is to straighten the law. Part of what I'll be doing this week, part of what we will be doing going forward, is to align the law with the realities of the job market. It is not fashionable anymore that you go to work in an office in a tie. If you look at the people working at BPOs, they go there in a t-shirt. And you must not necessarily have all these other stories. So there is a way that we have to re-engineer our job space so that it is responsive to the requirements of the job market at the moment. So again, it goes to being deliberate and being intentional. These jobs cannot happen. They have to be made to happen. And I know I'm going to have a lot of problems with employers when I sign the law on Wednesday, because people don't want anything changed. They want everything to stay the way things have been forever. But we have to change. We have to move things. We have to move them in. I think we have looked at the 4 spaces that I had in point. Let me allow another 3 or 4. Maybe I'll start here. One person from here. This good man with a good beard.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Jose Kasikoe, founder member of Jabali Africa, Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter, producer, and also I'm a voting member. So I want to go back to the music thing. I know you said you're talking about jobs, but the musicians are going to kill me if I come out of this space without mentioning that to the recruiters who are asking, who are doing the job thing. Music is a job too. Creative industry has a lot of jobs. So, and those can be exported too internationally. I'm an artist that has been eating from touring the world, and with our cultural attaches in our embassies, you can touch base with these festivals. Also in sports, we are world beaters, and there's a lot of meetings all over the world. That's also a job. There's talent managers. There's a lot of sections in the creative economy that we can find jobs in. So I didn't want to just get out of here without asking something to do with music and sports. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my friend. Can I pick up one person? Yes, madam. I think you've had your hand raised for a while.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Virginia Joki, Director for Satma Technologies Company Limited, and I'm also the Secretary General for Kenya Association for Private Employment Agencies, whereby we have 357 members, directors who does recruitment. Allow me to go to FADS. Mine is a request to the government. Mine is a request to the government. There's a discussion we've been having with our CS diaspora, our PS, Madam Rosaline. And allow me to speak on behalf of her and the directors who are here. There was a FAD. We have been following up and requesting if the directors can be supported through the ministry. We normally travel a lot for expos. And you'll find so many directors losing an opportunity to go showcase the CVs they have, the data they can present to their partners the other side. But because of we are not able to pay the pavilions the other side, we are not able to pay for some few facilitation here and there. We would like maybe the government can consider and put aside a fund for us so that we can be showcasing all over the world. And second, for the BLAs that are going to be signed, for skilled work, I would request if the ministry, through your support, if we can be able to have expos, for example, the Serbia, it's supposed to be signed. There's a way we can even have those expos before even the BLAs so that we can market ourselves through the diaspora. Thank you.
Okay. Rosaline, I think that's a good suggestion. So long as you pay your own tickets, right? Yeah, and your own accommodation. So just the pavilion. Okay. So I think let's see how we can support these good people. I think setting up a pavilion for them, they will travel at their own cost. They will go and market the country at their own cost. I think it's a good thing. All right. I don't know. I think, okay, let me be biased. Let's give it to the lady again.
Asante sana, my president. Kwa majina naitwa Esther Mwangi kutoka Makadara Viwadani, kijiji ya Rungarunga. Nitafanya utofauti, nitaongea kwa lugha ya Kiswahili.
Endelea.
Asante. Mimi ni mama mboga, mmoja mwenye alifanya kazi kubwa tupate hii serikali. Niko na furaha siku ya leo kupata nafasi ya kuongea na wewe Mr. President. Nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ni kwa neema yake. Nakushukuru sana na serikali yako Mr. President kwa sababu ya hii nafasi ya kazi. Vijana wetu wamepata kazi na kwa hii kazi ya majuu. Lakini swali yangu siku ya leo, mimi kama mama boga na wengine tuko huko nje na wengine wenye tumefikisha miaka 46 kwenda juu, hatukupata hii kazi mtahani na tuja benefit na pesa ya uzee kwa sababu tuko hapo katikati. Sisi wa mama boga wenye tulifanya kazi kubwa kupata hii serikali, wengi wetu tukaacha boma zetu zikaharibika kama yangu kwa sababu wazee walikuwa wakipigania pande nyingine tofauti. Tulikuwa na shida, mzee wangu alikuwa kwa mrengo mwingine, mimi nilikuwa kwa huu mrengo na ninashukuru Mungu. Swali yangu siku ya leo Mr. President, nikiwa nimesimama kwa hii congregation, nauliza aje. Mimi mtu ako na 46 mama boga, sijapata kazi kwa vijana, sija benefit kwa pesa ya uzee, sijaenda majuu. Niko wapi kwa hii kazi? Watoto wangu, ukikumbuka wakati ya siasa pale Karen nilikuambia social yangu hakusoma, mama yangu hakusoma, mimi sikusoma. Bado niko huku. Mr. President, najifunia kuwa kwa hii serikali. Na nakupenda sana kama president wangu, mwenye nilipiga magoti sana nikaombea. Sisi mama boga tuko wapi?
Aya.
Tulipoteza familia, tulipoteza mabwana.
Nitakujibu. Asante. Asante sana. Esther. Asante sana Esther. Asante sana Esther. Asante sana Esther. Nitakwambia wewe kama mama mboga mambo matano. Si ndio? Kwa sababu wewe uko na mtoto. Si ndio? Si uko na watoto? Umebarikiwa na Mungu, uko na watoto. So kama wewe hujapata kazi, ujipange ndio mtoto wako tupangane na yeye apate kazi. Si namna hiyo? Mtu wako hapo utapangana na yeye. Ako hapo. That is number 1. Number 2, unajua tulikubaliana ya kwamba mama mboga pia atafanya kazi mahali kuna heshima. Tutahakikisha tutajenga soko. Tuhakikisha kwamba kina mama mboga wanafanya kazi. As I talk to you, nikiongea na wewe, tunajenga saa hizi soko 200 Kenya ya kina mama mboga. And most of them are actually in the process of completion. In fact, nitauliza governor wa Nairobi, kwa sababu si unatoka Nairobi? Nitauliza governor wa Nairobi aniambie mahali tuko kwa hiyo mpango yetu ya soko. Ngoja kidogo Senator, Governor Sakaja, just you know, so number 1. So wewe uko hapo utafanya kazi mahali kuna heshima. Number 3, katika mpango yetu ya afya, mama mboga hakuwa kwa mpango ya afya kwa sababu NHIF ilikuwa ni number 1, watu wenye wanafanya kazi. Number 2, watu wenye wako na uwezo. Lakini sasa kwa hii mpango ambayo tuko nayo ya Taifa Care, wewe Esther, sasa uko na nafasi ya kuwa na bima ya afya as a person. Hii Taifa Care ina recognize mama mboga, na kwamba wewe pia sasa utakuwa na nafasi ya kuwa na bima ya afya. Utaenda hospitali, mtoto wako atatibiwa na hakuna malipo yoyote utalipa. Hiyo ni number 3. Sawa sawa? Number 4, najaribu kupanga mahali huko kwa hii mpango hii. Number 4, pale katika mpango ya housing, kwa sababu umeniambia mahali unaishi, si ndio? Pale kwa muda mrefu nyumba haina maji, nyumba haina choo, hakuna stima, hakuna barabara. Katika mpango yetu ya affordable housing, na umesikia ule jamaa wa affordable housing aliongea hapa. Did somebody speak about affordable housing here? No, we're going to talk about it. I know there is somebody from affordable housing. Sasa wewe kama mama mboga uko na nafasi ukijiandikisha kwa boma yangu. Sasa wewe utakuwa na nafasi ya kuwa home owner. Hapo nyuma ilikuwa ili upate nyumba lazima uwe tayari kulipa 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Lakini kwa hii Nairobi sasa utapata nafasi ya kuwa mwenye nyumba, na kati ya shilingi 3,000 ama shilingi 5,000 yenye utalipa kila mwezi under our affordable housing program. Kwa sababu tumesema we want to make home ownership, dignify our people with home ownership. Now mama mboga kama wewe anaweza kuwa na nyumba yake, sio ya kukodesha, nyumba yake ambaye ataishi na iwe yake kwa kulipa pesa kidogo. So these are some of the things we are doing to make sure that we cover everybody. Yeah. So those are among the things I can tell you as we go forward. We have, I'm told it is going to 9. We have only 5 minutes of this. Let me take a question from that young man. And just one question, eh?
Yeah.
And then this side, one question. Yeah, this gentleman, okay?
Good
Yes.
evening. My name is Peter Ogutu, a student at the Technical University of Kenya.
Yes,
I have a question to you, Mr. President. Recently, we witnessed a move by the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Alfred Mutua, where he facilitated the exportation of Kenyan skilled, energetic labor to external markets for job opportunities. A good move that we appreciate, but doesn't that move leave the Kenyan economy at a bad place with the deprived skilled labor and or stressed skilled labor that cannot meet its potential? A good example is the medical sector, where we have fewer doctors attending to numerous patients, yet these doctors and nurses still form part and parcel of the skilled labor that are being exported to external market for employment. Thank you.
Alfred, do you want to answer that question? It's a very good question from Mr. Ogutu.
The reality is that we are producing more people than we need in the job market. For example, when you look at doctors and nurses, it is not that we do not have enough doctors or nurses being produced. Yes, the numbers are not where we are in terms of United Nations numbers, WHO, of the number per people. It's that we do not have the capacity at this time to absorb all of them. So I see where you're coming up with your point. But I also want to change the mentality where we think that there is what people are thinking of brain drain. What is happening is this. You have, for example, in the ICT sector, a huge number of people that are ready to work, that even if we sent away 100,000 people in ICT, we would still leave this country with so many other people, 500,000, who are still looking for employment. So that thinking that if we are sending people away, we are depriving our country, is not really accurate. Because we have more people out of work who can go and work overseas without depriving our Kenyan local market. In our labor studies, we have not seen any cry by any industry saying that they are lacking people because people have left the country. We are producing people in TVETs, producing people in the universities, so we have a bulge of employment. Your Excellency.
Okay, can you address, there is also one question, Alfred, that people continue to say, are we going through a brain drain? Are we exporting our brain power? Or does it eventually amount to a brain gain? Can you explain that?
What usually happens is this. If you look at the countries that have really developed very fast, you look at, for example, the example of Singapore, China, Malaysia, Indonesia. What they did, these tiger economies, was to ensure that their people who went and worked overseas came back home. We are calling this labor mobility because when you're going to work, it doesn't mean that you're going forever. You're going to work for 2-3 years and come back. What we have realized is that when you go overseas, you're able to gain skills. When His Excellency was in Germany, we were talking about Kenyans going to work to produce the German vehicles. So you go to Germany as an engineer, you produce the vehicles for 2 to 3 years, then you come back home. What happens? You're bringing back new talent. Kenya is actually getting brain gain. You're bringing new ways of doing things. When you talk to the construction industry, for example, construction industry are now looking for people who have worked overseas. If you are a plumber, if you are a mason, if you are an interior designer, and you have worked in Dubai, the big companies working in Kenya want to employ you because your skills are a bit higher than the market, than the population in Kenya that is competing with you for the job market, because you have gained new skills. When you go to the UK as a nurse, you go to the US as a doctor, and you gain new skills in those hospitals that you're working in the US or in Italy and other places. When you come back, you're hot cake because of the brain gain.
Thank you very much. And I think just to buttress that point is that, the people going out, they are going out for short contracts. This is 3 years, maybe 5 years. After that 5 years, they come back home. And when they come back home home with added skills. They have gained experience. they have worked in a different market. And most of the time, you find that they have improved on their skills. So it may look like brain drain, but eventually it becomes brain gain. That's what Alfred is saying. So,
Your Excellency, thank you. My name is Felix Chege. I run a company called Real Sources Africa. First, I'd start by commending your efforts on making the African Free Continental Trade Area work. I have been one of the beneficiaries of it. Being a beneficiary means that we got appointed by the AFCFTA Secretariat as a trading company on behalf of Kenya. And what we've been doing is that we've been supporting aggregation exercises for export. As late as a few weeks ago, we launched a Trade Connect initiative, an initiative that looks at shipping 1,000 containers over a period of 12 months to 5 African countries. And we've seen a lot of support from financial institutions in structuring of trade finance elements or instruments that are meant to promote inter-Africa trade in terms of aggregation. And at the same time, we've been able to do market development campaigns to be able to promote African or Kenyan manufactured products across the continent. Our main ask is investment more in market development campaigns. We have a lot of African countries that don't know what we actually manufacture as a country. And we've realized that this information is really important when it comes to providing an alternative of the products that we can ship to the export market within the African context. Other than that is using the products themselves as a collateral for transactions. We've been able to work around an aspect of how can we get our manufacturers to use the products that they manufacture as a collateral when going to the export market. We're looking at, or our ask could be, how can we use the credit guarantee scheme that you have already initiated to convert it to be an export guarantee line that can be used by our manufacturers to be able to guarantee them payments after they ship their products. Other than that, I thank you for really looking into the protocol on youth and women in trade. And we've leveraged on that to be able to access a lot in terms of just opening doors at the Secretariat. I'm a 27-year-old, and I'm privileged to be among the people who represent this country at the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chege.
Just Chege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chege, for what you have said. I think you put it so well that you've given me some homework to do on some aspects. And I will take back the homework and see what we can do better. But congratulations on what you're doing on behalf of many young people in Kenya, taking advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It's a market of 1.4 billion people, and Kenya needs to move full speed and take its space and place in that market so that we can better leverage the market infrastructure that exists in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to benefit our own enterprises and our own people. Good people, it's 9 p.m. and I am told it has to stop. I know many people would have wanted to, but as you are aware, this has become now our way of transacting. So there will be another occasion for us to go through this again. Let me congratulate all of you. Thank you very much for taking time. I know all of us are busy people, for taking time to ask your questions, to seek the intervention, clarification. Thank you very much to all the teams that have participated here this evening. And my very best wishes as we work together towards creating opportunities for young people, for our nation. It will take effort, it will take collaboration. I know Sakaja was supposed to tell us something at the corner. Sakaja, do you want to say anything, or I can leave it there for now? Thank you very much. God bless you. Have a great evening. Asante.
A round of applause for His Excellency as we stand. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this point, we will request that we remain standing as His Excellency will leave at his own pleasure. Thank you very much once again, Your Excellency, for that great delivery. Thank you, sir.
Vile unavyojua watoto wengi sana hawana namna. Mimi ningependelea watoto wasome.
I met the stress on education. At the same time, let us actually do any kind of sport that we are doing. Sport speaks the best language to everybody.
Tunataka tutafute talents. Zile raw talents kutoka kule nyumbani mashinani mahali tuko leo.
Hizi mbio za Chepsaita, like all other sports, zinaleta watu pamoja.
We want to use this event to uplift the lives of the community.
Anafurahia hii mchezo sana. Hata sikaange naambianga watu tuende Chepsaita.
Wanafunzi wakimbie ili wakuze talanta ya mbio ama kuhimiza tena elimu.
This is the place to be. Hapa ndipo mahali wanastahili kuwa tarehe 7. Wale watoto walikimbia last year, wamekimbia mpaka wamefuka mipaka zetu za Kenya.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi.
It is the second Monday of the month of December 2024, the 9th. Good evening and welcome to the Daily Report. My name is George Maringa. On Sign Language interpretation is Rhoda Nyamai. Now tonight, we want to listen and hear from the religious voices. We take a shift, a different focus tonight as we host religious leaders tonight to be able to discuss matters state of the nation. We'll be getting prescriptions on what to do, where we are, and where we intend to be as a country. And who best to have this conversation with other than the Reverend Canon Evans Omolo. He is the provost of the All Saints Cathedral here in Nairobi. We'll also be having Al-Haj Hassan Olenado, National Chairman of the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, that is SUPKEM, as well as Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga. He is the Chair, National Council of Churches of Kenya, Nairobi region. What a jam-packed show we have for you tonight. Please engage us on the socials and, of course, listen to us and, of course, talk to us as well as we find out more regarding that very important issue, offertory and money in churches. You want to stand by for that conversation. These three gentlemen will be talking to us regarding that and much more. Please engage us. But here is what is making headlines tonight. Tonight, President William Ruto meets former President Uhuru Kenyatta in his Ishaweri home. Speculations over the meeting, as Uhuru said they discussed matters of national interest. Also tonight, Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka now wants the case blocking the IEBC selection panel withdrawn.
This matter of IEBC is the most urgent issue. Why disenfranchise Kenyans? Because of political expedience.
As government defends itself against accusations of delaying the process. Plus, lobby groups now raise questions on the war against corruption as Anti-Corruption Commission leads Anti-Corruption Day.
Nini melete shule ya Ramaja? Amani. Nini melete stima Ramaja? Amani.
And new dawn for peace in Baringo County after warring communities bury the hatchet. We thank you for choosing TV47 to inform you. 22047 is our SMS line. Our WhatsApp number will also be on your screens shortly on the socials. You can find me at George Maringa _ at TV47 News KE. Please use the hashtag Daily Report, hashtag Power and Politics so that we are able to track your feedback. Please start with your name, where you're watching us from, followed by your comment, question or feedback regarding the program tonight. Let's get the show on the road, shall we? And Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka is now accusing the government of delaying in the reconstitution of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, through the courts. And as Moiga William reports, Kalonzo further alludes that the wait to have a well-constituted electoral body will continue, which places the 2027 polls in limbo.
Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka is now accusing the government of using proxies in court cases to delay the appointment of new IEBC commissioners. Kalonzo warning that the country will have to wait longer before the formation of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
Wasted a lot of time. Let them withdraw the case that is, I said it, state-sponsored through a judge in Kiambu, user-friendly. Let him remain, or let her remain nameless. But she knows what she has done, because that was a tactic in order to delay the reconstitution of the panel in the first place and then the IEBC.
Filed by Augustus Muli at the Court of Appeal, there is a suit challenging the setting up of a selection panel which has been mandated with the duties to search for new commissioners. A suit Deputy President Kithure Kindiki said is the main cause of the delay in the appointment of new commissioners.
The ball is actually in William Ruto's court to tell his proxies to withdraw. You've just mentioned one of them. Withdraw the matter in the Court of Appeal. And then we can discuss if they're still in Azimio.
The standoff over the setting up of a 9-member selection panel emanated from a standoff within Azimio la Umoja, pitting Kalonzo's Wiper Party and National Liberal Party in picking a representative to the panel. Wiper Party settled on Koki Mulu, while NLP had fronted Augustus Muli to be appointed to the panel.
Worry now is what happens, because Raila and William Ruto are supposed to consort and agree on who becomes the chairperson of IEBC. We made it so easy for my friend Raila Odinga. I hope he can stand strong and act for once in the best interest of Azimio.
Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi coming to the defense of his boss, President William Ruto, stating that the matter before court is a scheme to make the government look bad.
The way things are, it seems now we have reached a stage where people want to bring in an ulterior motive so that you delay a process and you make the government look bad.
Different quarters have warned that the country risks compromising the upcoming general election if the IEBC matter is not quickly resolved. Mwege William, TV47.
Thank you, Mwege. President William Ruto today visited former President Uhuru Kenyatta at his Ishaweri home in Gatondo. The two say they discussed several issues of national and regional importance. The meeting has, however, raised speculations politically. Mike Kagwango reports.
For the second time in less than 1 month, former President Uhuru Kenyatta and his successor William Ruto have met in unclear circumstances. In a period when Ruto is fighting for his supremacy in the vote-rich region, Mount Kenya. Monday afternoon, President Ruto met Kenyatta in his Ishaweri home in Gatondo, Kiambu County. During the meeting, the two leaders called for the prompt resolution of the court matters regarding the constitution of the IEBC selection panel to facilitate the appointment of the commissioners. They called on Kenyans, friends of Kenya and international partners to support the candidacy of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga in his African Union Commission chairmanship bid. Part of the statement read, and I quote, President Uhuru Kenyatta agreed to be consulted privately or otherwise in efforts that lead to a hopeful, prosperous, united and stable nation. On his part, President Ruto agreed to engage all stakeholders in an effort to remove any unnecessary tension in the country and to propose a reconciliatory way forward. He stressed that the tensions caused by elections are over and it is time to focus on the future of one people. The two leaders' Monday's meeting confirms the revelation by Azimio One Kenya leader Raila Odinga of how former President Uhuru Kenyatta persuaded him through a phone call to talk to President William Ruto following nationwide protests against the finance bill in June this year.
Sasa ile nchi inachomeka, Uhuru ndiye alinipiga mimi simu. Uhuru akaniambia mimi tafuta Bwana Ruto ongea na yeye. Kenya ikichomeka hatakuwa na nchi nyingine. Mpaka hii tuzime hii moto, watu waketi chini waendelee waliwane. William ndiye akanitafuta. Na mimi nikaongea na yeye wazi kabisa.
President Ruto thanked Kenyatta for his continued role as a national statesman and for peace-making in the region. President Ruto reiterated his appreciation and commendation of Kenyatta's statesmanship in overseeing the peaceful transfer of power after the 2022 general elections, as well as the goodwill the former president has continued to demonstrate towards his fellow leaders and his support for Kenya's ongoing progress and development. President Ruto thanked President Kenyatta for laying a strong foundation that has enabled the government to implement key programs under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. They also underscored the importance of cultivating a nationalistic, patriotic and harmonious working relationship among all Kenyans and stakeholders, including the three arms of government, religious leaders, civil society and other partners, to ensure collective national stability and progress. This coming just days after religious leaders accused the government of failing in its promises. The sitting between the two comes just months after former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was impeached. Gachagua has, however, been saying that he has been in talks with Kenyatta, whom he recognized as the Mount Kenya kingpin. Sources say Uhuru Kenyatta was expected to endorse Gachagua for Mount Kenya region kingpin during Embu's ordination and installation of Reverend Peter Kimani, but that was aborted.
The animosity between the two men is worse than the animosity between Uhuru and Gachagua. In fact, Gachagua was campaigning all about Yule Mzee. And as I think I've just mentioned, the part of the reason Raila supported Ruto during the Gen Z is to stop Gachagua.
Gachagua recently revealed about ongoing consultations with religious leaders and like-minded political allies, adding that a formal announcement is expected in January. Mike Kagwango, TV47, Nairobi.
To Uganda, where the Uganda Law Council has denied Senior Counsel Martha Karua her application for a temporary law practice certificate in a case facing Ugandan opposition leader Kizza Besigye. The council declined her application, claiming that her copies of practicing certificate and letter of good standing from the Law Society of Kenya were not notarized. Karua is the lead counsel in the case, as Andrin Kilemi now reports.
They had invited me as a lead lawyer from Kenya, but my certificate was declined.
Karua, who is the lead counsel in Ugandan opposition politician Kizza Besigye's case, said on Monday her application for a temporary law practice certificate in the neighboring country was denied.
Your letter dated the 6th December 2024 declining my application for a special practicing certificate. In your letter under reference, you raise several issues which require a response, albeit for the record. You state that copies of my practicing certificate, letter of good standing from the Law Society of Kenya were not notarized. And further, my nationality documents and academic qualifications were not attached.
Karua has been acting on the case following Besigye's abduction in Kenya. Karua had sought a temporary license to defend Uganda's opposition political activist Dr. Kizza Besigye and his political associate Haj Obeid Lutale. Besigye and Lutale are being tried in the General Court Martial, where they face charges of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition.
And the right to choose a lawyer, as she stated here, is not restricted to only one lawyer. It's a team. Now, it's a critical element of the right to fair hearing if you deny Dr. Besigye the right to choose lawyers of his choice, more so the leadership of that particular team.
Last week, the lawyer of the accused and Kampala Lord Mayor Erias Lukwago announced that Karua would take over from him as the lead counsel of the accused. However, Karua, who is not a Ugandan national, had to fulfill all the necessary requirements as laid down in the law. According to Section 18 of the Advocates Act, foreign lawyers wishing to practice law in Uganda must be from a Commonwealth country, obtain a temporary practicing certificate, and be affiliated with a local Ugandan law firm.
Uganda is not yet a party to the mutual recognition agreement to allow the free movement of legal practitioners to practice in the courts between Kenya and Uganda. This is the Jumuiya the senior counsel was talking about. That since there is no protocol, therefore there cannot be free movement of legal practitioners from different jurisdictions.
Karua says she meets the first requirement outright because Kenya is a Commonwealth country. She also fulfilled the second requirement after her attachment to Lukwago and company advocates.
The Hustler Fund's infamous credit score system will be ranking borrowers in a score between A1 for excellent payers to C3 for poor payers. The 9 bands will push to phase out what the president calls old and archaic collateral-based borrowing that has locked out the lowest-ranking informal businesses from accessing finances. And as Hibak Said now reports, the initial intention of reintegrating blacklisted individuals has been corrupted by cases of irregular and unsubstantiated borrowing, but the president says everything is still under control.
About 2 years later, and the Hustler Fund has taken off with more than 23 million borrowers, receiving more than 57 billion shillings and a repayment rate of about 70%. While the numbers vary between what the government officials say has been repaid and what is reflected on the online Hustler Fund platform, the president seems overall happy with its performance so far.
Mimi nafurahi leo ya kwamba hii Hustler Fund imefikia Wakenya milioni 24. Hii Hustler Fund kwa saa hizi kuna Wakenya milioni 7 ambao ni repeat customers, watu ambao wanalipa wakikopa, wanakopa wakilipa, wakiendelea namna hiyo. Nafurahi tena zaidi kwamba tuko na Wakenya milioni 2 ambao leo tutawapandisha ngazi.
The initial intention of providing a second chance for credit repair and rehabilitation for blacklisted individuals is somewhat successful, reintegrating millions of repeat borrowers into the formal financial ecosystem.
Ninafurahi leo ya kwamba wale wa Kenya milioni 7 tuliongea na banks, tuliongea na credit rating agencies, tukaongea na telcos, na wote wakakubali ya kwamba hawa wa Kenya milioni 7 waondolewe kutoka mambo ya blacklisting kwa CRB. Blacklisting a Kenyan actually condemns them to a situation where they cannot help themselves. Hustler Fund is structured so that it repairs, it assists in repairing the creditworthiness of every citizen.
This as the president also acknowledges the current economic turmoils faced by Kenyans.
Thank you, Back. Today marked 15 days since the launch of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, GBV. The Strength in Sisterhood Forum brought together key advocates and stakeholders to address the persistent gaps in GBV efforts. While policies are in place, the forum emphasized the urgent need for effective implementation, survivor-centered strategies, and ongoing action beyond the campaign.
As the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence nears its conclusion, the Strength in Sisterhood Forum brought together advocates and stakeholders to emphasize the need for more robust action to support survivors and eradicate GBV.
Look forward to helping them. It may not happen overnight. We're also looking at the UN to consider and implement their policies in conjunction with these warriors to enable them to better implement their policies through this activism.
A recurring theme throughout the forum was a disparity between policy creation and implementation. While Kenya is lauded for having some of the best policies addressing GBV, it was noted that many of these remain ineffective due to poor enforcement.
Personally, I feel like there is more that needs to be done. We have policies written, amazing policies available, but are they being implemented the right way? Are they being actualized the right way? Are they actually there to benefit the people they are meant for? And so when we have policies just in paper, and not being able to be understood by community members, I feel like we have a long way to go towards achieving eradicating gender-based violence.
We still do not have policies and guidelines of operating shelters, which is an important aspect in the security of survivors of sexual and gender-based violence and human trafficking. We still do not have policies. We still are not implementing.
Representatives from the United Nations highlighted the importance of ensuring these frameworks work on the ground, with proposals such as leveraging digital platforms for for awareness, streamlining response mechanisms, and integrating GBV education into school curriculums to build a culture of respect and prevention from an early age.
So we hope that by 2027 our narrative will have changed and we will have seen the statistics go down, because it is data that helps us to program. It is data that helps us to know where are the issues and how are we going about it.
Advocates challenge the tendency to limit GBV discussions to the 16-day period, urging continuous dialogue and more inclusive policy making. However, stigma and societal judgment remain significant barriers to addressing GBV, as survivors also decry being sidelined from conversations that concern them.
I feel like we're still in a space where when we speak about gender-based violence, we think about a woman first without thinking about a human being first.
Last weekend I had a walk for survivors of GBV, talking about us, because you look at these spaces, we talk about everyone. But the survivor, after this, what happens? What happens to the survivor? We go back to our works. We go back and wait for the next 16 days of activism.
The forum also called for county governments to take a more localized approach, developing strategies tailored to the unique challenges within their communities. Participants emphasized that GBV varies across contexts, making community-specific solutions vital to achieving meaningful change. Ann Odida, TV47.
Thank you, Anna Dida, for that report, which leads us to our first short commercial break right here on the Daily Report. When we come back, we have more on the other side of that break, including that conversation with the religious leaders on State of the Nation. Please do stay with us and keep your feedback coming.
Vile unavyojua watoto wengi sana hawana namna. Mimi ningependelea watoto wasome.
I'm here to stress on education. At the same time, let us actually do any kind of sport that we are doing. Sport speaks the best language to everybody.
Tunataka tutafute talents. Zile raw talents kutoka kule nyumbani mashinani mahali tuko leo.
Hizi mbio za Chepsaita, like all other sports, zinaleta watu pamoja.
We want to use this event to uplift the lives of the community.
Anafurahia hii mchezo sana. Hata sikaange naambianga watu tuende Chepsaita.
Wanafunzi wakimbie ili wakuze talanta ya mbio ama kuhimiza tena elimu.
This is the place to be. Hapa ndipo mahali wanastahili kuwa tarehe 7. Wale watoto walikimbia last year, wamekimbia mpaka wamefuka mipaka zetu za Kenya.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire,
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
motivate,
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
and break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins
in primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
to hard lessons,
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
we cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights,
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
strategies,
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
and stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Indeed, thank you so much for staying with the Daily Report with me, George Maringa, and Rhoda Nyamai on Sign Language Interpretation. Let's continue the news, where as the world observes the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, the government has started the male inclusion in the campaign to end the vice. And as Violet Auma reports, the recent statistics indicate that cases of sodomy are also on the rise, and therefore the need to protect the boy child in this fight.
Speaking in Kakamega during the official launch of the new program as the curtains come to a close on the 16 days of activism, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has said that the country will not condone any form of abuse to women and children. Musalia urged chiefs and other government officials to ensure justice to all gender-based violence victims.
Perpetrators of femicide must be held fully accountable for their criminal acts, and criminal justice actors must execute their mandates in real time without delay. Femicide-related cases cause a woman to lose her life every 10 minutes. Africa has the highest number of reported femicide cases in 2022 compared to other regions.
He expressed the need for the county governments to set aside a kitty to deal with gender-based violence cases in their counties, applauding Kakamega County for setting precedents in passing the Sexual Gender-Based Violence Act.
It is also a wake-up call for all the 47 county governments to consider creating a dedicated budget line to cater for gender parity activities.
The gender advisor in the office of the president, Harriet Chigai, says that the recent reports are alarming, urging all stakeholders to play their part According to Chigai, despite statistics indicating that 4 in every 5 people are exposed to gender-based violence, with the majority being women, reports indicates that boys are also victims of this vice.
We also have a new trend where young boys are also being violated. Nairobi alone registered 1,556 cases of sodomy. If we do not take care of our boys, in 15 years, we will not have men to marry our daughters.
This new campaign targets to use boda boda operators who have been tapped to champion for the campaign across the country.
Last year alone, 97 women died out of femicide. The boda boda riders have pledged that they are going to work with the national government to be champions of change on matters GBV.
Reporting for TV47, I'm Violet Auma.
Thank you, Violet. As the country continues to intensify the fight against corruption, the government is embracing the new technology by digitizing the recruitment of police officers to curb cases of malpractice, including corruption, nepotism, bribery, and unfair quota distribution. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi emphasized that plans are underway to digitize occurrence books, commonly known as OB, in order to provide transparency and efficiency in the reporting and tracking of cases.
In the security sector, like the police and so forth, we will want the first applications to be online so that we minimize ile contact ya binadamu kwa binadamu. Ile ya kusema unaleta watu 4,000 kwa kiwanja, wanakimbia, wanafurutana, wengine wanauza ng'ombe, wengine wanakata plot, wanauza, hatimaye wanawachwa nje. Wakienda nyumbani, roho imekwisha. Sisi tunataka tukienda mbele, tukitumia teknolojia, tujue kwamba kila detail iko online, alafu tutaanza kuwa na mambo ya kusonga mbele kwa njia inayofaa. Hata kwa police, niliposikia regional commissioner akizungumza, hatimaye sio tu mashule, zile 74,000 institutions ambazo zimezungumzwa na Wizara ya ICT kupitia kwa PS na CS, hata hapo tunataka tuweke police stations. Tunataka tukienda mbele tuwe na digital OB.
For nearly a year now, Baringo County has experienced calm and tranquility, a stark contrast to the tumultuous past. Communities that previously avoided each other are now embracing one another after 2 decades of conflict and hostility. As Kinto Wafula highlights, the residents are now celebrating progress and improved living conditions since embracing peace and unity. Take a look.
We are welcome to the Ramasha area in Baringo South constituency with traditional songs. These women carrying branches, symbolizing and praising the return of peace in this region. For nearly 2 decades, this area was a hideout for bandits who carried out attacks and disappeared into the bushes. Dozens of lives were lost in 2005, leaving the region deserted until early this year when the locals decided to embark on a journey toward peacemaking.
Ilituhangaisha na ilitusambaratisha kwa upande wa uchumi. Kwa hivyo kila mtu alipata hasara kwa hiyo vita.
Tunaumia na maji, tunaumia na chakula na watoto. Na hata wazee wanapotea tu wanaenda zao.
Now, signs of normalcy are evident through initiatives like borehole drilling and improved infrastructure such as electricity and roads. The call to the government and donors now remaining.
Sasa unaona hospitali, mabarabara. Na mashule yaongezwe kujengwa vizuri, maji yakuwe vizuri, tutakuwa sawa. Ni maendeleo sasa tu.
Charles Kamuren, the member of parliament for Baringo South, applauds the current state, citing solid plans to restore normalcy and create a prosperous environment.
Those who had run away now they are coming back and they are being accommodated by their neighbors. And that is the call that we want to see. I want to thank the homegrown solution that they came with, and they agreed to support each other and to move together.
With the Christmas season now approaching, residents eagerly anticipate the festivities, marking the first time in years they can celebrate in peace.
Hii ni Christmas ambayo tutakula tukiwa mtu akiwa kwake, mtu utakuwa na lala mzuri, ukiwa na kuku yako utachinja, ukiwa na mbuzi yako utachinja, utakula.
Ndio tumefurahi amani sana, tunaweza pata chakula, tunaweza pata maji na hata mali tuwe nayo.
Kinto Wafula, TV47.
Amani, amani.
Thank you, Kinto. The government has embarked on a performance evaluation exercise for the financial year 2023-2024 across all ministries, state departments, MDAs and government agencies. Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of performance and delivery management in the Executive Office of the President, Eliud Owalo, called for institutionalization of performance contracting and in government as Willie Dennis Njiru now reports.
The exercise said to take 2 months aims at evaluating the scope of commitments asserted by respective ministries at the beginning of the financial year based on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
We want to ensure that each and everybody and all organizations and institutions in government are held accountable by way of results. His Excellency the President himself is accountable to the Kenyan people, and that is why he committed to implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
Tourism CS Rebecca Miano assured that the exercise will be held with utmost transparency and objectivity, centered on the established marks between the line ministries and the President during the signing of the contracts.
We want to assess or evaluate the extent to which the commitments which were made in the performance contract have been delivered. We are undertaking this for all the line ministries, departments, and agencies.
Financial absorption of funds, status of digitization of government services, implementation of service delivery charter, project implementation rate, among many other parameters, will be center of focus.
We will be guided by the parameters that were agreed on, the programs and the activities that the ministries were expected to undertake, and more so the expected output indicators and the targets. Those outputs, indicators, and targets were negotiated and agreed on at the point of signing the performance contract.
The annual performance evaluation exercise culminates performance contracting processes in the public service, focusing on objectivity and integrity of results.
You are aware that everything that we do is financed by public resources. Those resources come from the Kenyan public, and the public need to hold us accountable by way of results based on the promises we made and the deliverables and the expectations of the public as an integral stakeholder segment. So it is a mechanism through which we will facilitate delivery of what was promised in line or in tandem with the expectations of the Kenyan people.
For TV47, I'm Willie Dennis Njiru.
Thank you, Willie Dennis. As the world marks International Anti-Corruption Day, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission EACC CEO designate Abdi Mohamud has sounded the alarm on the rising cases of forged academic certificates. He emphasized that these forgeries remain a major hurdle in the fight against corruption. Speaking at an event centered on youth involvement in the fight against graft, the EACC disclosed recovering property worth 4 billion shillings annually obtained through corrupt means. Meanwhile, former EACC boss Professor Pielo Lumumba has written to the Judicial Service Commission JSC alleging systemic corruption within the judiciary. In response, the judiciary admitted that corruption has hampered its operations, calling for open discussions to address the menace.
We are talking about how bad this nation is, how terrible it is, how it is lamentation all the time. There is no way we can grow our nation if we do not love this country. It is true, we have many problems.
National community stands with Kenya in the fight against corruption, but we cannot do it for you. It's you who has to do it for yourself, for the love of your country and for the love of the generations who are coming up now.
Mzuka Fest Dala edition marked the second day in Kisumu as county authority assured Kenyans of security during the festival on Saturday at Mamboleo Showground. Laban Shikokoti reports from Kisumu.
The caravan was officially launched in Kisumu by the city manager, Bala Wanga, urging the locals to turn out in numbers for the Mzuka Fest set for this Saturday.
Kila mtu kuja, hata simu ndio utapoteza. Hakuna hata mtu ataguza skati yako. Usalama iko ya kutosha. Na hii ukikuja hapo unafikiri hautaleta usalama, unakuja kuharibu vitu, utaona cha mtema kuni.
Locals could not hide their joy, interacting with renowned media personalities from TV47 and Radio 47, led by Rumba legends Kofi Olomide, Zaiko Langalanga, Prince Inda, among others. Kenyans will be treated to a weekend of its kind on the 14th of December. From Kisumu City, the caravan headed to Awasi. Locals and businessmen were awarded, expressing their joy to meet Cape Media presenters.
Na nitaenda Mamboleo kuona makideo na masumbe.
Kisha sana, angalau raundi umetukumbuka sisi. Tuenda kumwona kina Alex Makideo, kina Alex Mashumbe, ana watumbuzaji tu kwa ujumla, kina Kofi Olomide, Langa Banda, tuko pale na kina Prince Inda. Tunafurahia sana.
Nimepata overall kofia na t-shirt.
Cape Media will be hosting the Mzuka Fest concert at the Mamboleo Stadium. Kofi Olomide is set to land in the country on Tuesday. Laban Shikokoti, TV47, Kisumu.
Let's now make sense of the sense on the business news. The Kenya Revenue Authority KRA has surpassed the 1 trillion shilling collection mark year on year, a 4.3% increase from the last year. Despite this, the tax collector has highlighted a number of factors that are debilitating revenue collection, including significant low domestic purchasing power, indicating a contraction in the economic activities. This is also indicative from the modest growth in overall import values of goods, which is a main source of both raw materials and final consumer goods. The government, being a key consumer of vegetable goods, has applied austerity expenditure measures that negatively affect various key sectors over time. The third edition of the Africa Bitcoin Conference kicked off today in Nairobi. The three-day conference has brought together the Bitcoiners community, activists and experts from around the globe. The annual three-day event aims to promote Bitcoin adoption in Africa while strengthening international community ties.
Legislation work, and I'm thinking it's all great because we need to do this work, but something major.
We want to see the community blossom. We want to see more investment into African startups
And we want to see more African companies involved in the African Bitcoin Conference. I'll be honest and say that the vast majority of our sponsors are not African companies, even though we do have some African companies sponsoring us. But it is because I feel like others believe in us more than we believe in ourselves.
Most people are using sites like Binance or Coinbase or Telegram or WhatsApp. And we, with Fedi, allow you to, as a community, to have your own community-run Coinbase, your own community-run Binance, your own community-run Telegram. We put that power into the hands of the communities, and we make it incredibly simple, and we're working hard to make it simpler and simpler, or easier and easier, so that any community anywhere can have that power.
NCBA Bank's asset finance share of 37% has pushed its ambitions further into bank assurance with insurance partners, especially with vehicle dealers. This is despite a volatile working environment, with the partnership expansion by 30%, which aided the bank in withstanding market shocks. The growth in retail asset finance disbursement stands at 18%.
First, the convenience and efficiency through adoption of alternative distribution and premium collections such as bancassurance and improved agency network. And second, continued advancement of technology and innovation, facilitating seamless transactions. Continued recovery from the ripple effects of a pandemic witnessed in 2020 saw both individuals and businesses seek insurance uptake to cover their activities, leading to growth in gross premium, which increased by 17% to around 361 billion shillings in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of this, NCBA Bank has introduced a variety of products and services to enable our customers and partners access financing seamlessly without the hassle of visiting branches. We were the first in the market to introduce the automated digital asset finance application, and I think today we are still the only one in the market delivering that, yeah? The application process for our different asset finance solutions is available online, which has reduced the turnaround time from application to disbursement by 30%. Based on feedback from you, our asset finance partners, our customers are very satisfied with this development, and I assure you that we are working on reducing turnaround time to just a few hours. So next year, we are thinking of making it real time. Kaduka has also proven to be a revolutionary product in the Kenyan asset finance space. As a one-stop platform, it seamlessly integrates essential automotive services such as vehicle valuation, financing options, online vehicle auction, and maintenance solutions.
With business done, let's now get sporty.
Brought to you by Maybet.
Newly elected FKF President Hussein Mohammed, Deputy President MacDonald Mariga, and several members of their team met with the outgoing FKF Secretariat at the Gold Project. The just-elected president assumes the office as the Football Kenya Federation with a lot awaiting him. This includes the status of national men's football team coach Engin Firat after Harambee Stars failed to qualify for next year's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Transparency of coach Engin Firat's contract fears that the country could lose its hosting rights for the continental competition, leagues, sponsorships, among others. Kitaka FC are the champions of this year's Mama Haki Pitch Cup football tournament after securing a 4-0 victory against Vimbwanga FC in a final played at the Mohima Stadium, Mombasa County. In the women's fixture that saw an equally exciting match, with Fire Rangers emerging victorious over Likoni Starlets in a nail-biting penalty shootout, the one-month-long tournament attracted 72 teams as teams showcased the region's finest football talent while promoting peace and youth development in the coastal region. The total prize purse was 560,000 Kenya shillings, with the men's winner bagging home 200,000 Kenya shillings and the runners-up 100,000 Kenya shillings, while the third and fourth place winners were awarded 50,000 and 25,000 Kenya shillings respectively. The women's teams were awarded 100,000, 50,000, 25,000 and 10,000 Kenya shillings cumulatively.
Na muniulize kwa nini nimeleta mchuano wa amani? Kwa sababu utovu wa usalama unaoendelea Likoni ni baina ya vijana ambao ni ndugu moja. Nikaona ipo haja tuje tukae pamoja, tucheze kwa amani ili niweze kutoa madukuduku yangu. Leo isiwe ni kilele cha Super Cup peke yake, iwe ni mwanzo wa mazungumzo ambayo yataleta natija katika jamii ya Walikoni.
More than 100 teams have registered for the upcoming Kipchumba Karori volleyball tournament scheduled to take place this coming weekend at Eldoret City, Uasin Gishu County. The tournament seeks to promote volleyball and teams which include elite teams, support teams, primary school teams, secondary school teams and colleges which have already registered for the tournament that will feature teams from Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda and other countries competing in the tantalizing showdown. Earlier today, the tournament was flagged off in Eldoret, making stops in Simba petrol stations and Triadero roundabout.
Tournament have really nurtured the talent in Uasin Gishu County and in Kenya in general. We have at the moment many professional players who have played outside Kenya through this kind of tournament. So in Uasin Gishu, it has been one of the best in the country when it comes to hosting of the tournament. And I would like to confirm today that this tournament is going to be historical, whereby we have now registered teams 170, being led by Mashinani, self-supporting teams, Mtani teams who have really registered to show their talents, and these are the talents that we have never seen them. So we believe that we are going to nurture.
To tap talent and the young men and women to show their talent. And you see, we have so many teams, international teams, national teams who are in the league. Players will be spotted during the tournament. That's the aim of this tournament.
Kilifi County-based side Marafa FC are the champions of the 2024 Mombasa Youth Tournament after defeating host Migadini 1-0 in a tournament held at the Chani Primary School grounds. The under-15 teams brought together more than 20 teams with an objective of curbing drugs abuse, more so the use of fentanyl. The participating teams receive balls, kits and trophies as a way of appreciating as the organizers called upon the government to support grassroots football to nurture talent.
Muhimu sana kwa vijana wetu, hasa wakati huu wa likizo, ambapo vijana kama wana la kufanya wanaweza kujiingiza kwa mambo mengine ambayo sio sawa. Kwa mfano mambo ya kujihusisha na maisha mengine ambayo inahusu drugs, kwa mfano maisha mengine ambayo inahusu mapenzi ya mapema kwa vijana.
Vijana wingi aweza kuwa hapendi masomo ya dini wala ya skuli, lakini anapenda sports. Kwa hivyo hapa ndio tutawashika, alafu at the same time tutatoa talented players, kwa sababu ukitaka kuwa na better national team 4 years 5 years huwa inaanza hapa katika grassroots.
I want to compliment the Honorable MP for Changamwe, and the initiative should also be
replicated elsewhere by the county government and the national government.
Ligi mbalimbali, daraja la kwanza, daraja la pili na hata hizi za mitaani waweze kupewa ufadhili ya kisawasawa ili tuweze kukuza talanta ndani ya mitaa.
Sports news brought to you by Maybet.
With the news done, time now for a short commercial break. When we come back, the conversation on State of the Nation, this time with religious leaders already here in studio. SUPKEM, National Chairperson of SUPKEM is already here. The Provost of All Saints Cathedral is already here as well as the Chair of NCCK Nairobi Region. Please keep your feedback coming and do stay with us. We are back shortly on Sign Language Interpretation. Has been Rhoda Nyamai.
Vile unavyojua watoto wengi sana hawana namna. Mimi ningependelea watoto wasome.
I'm here to stress on education. At the same time, let us actually do any kind of sport that we are doing. Sport speaks the best language to everybody.
Tunataka tutafute talents. Zile raw talents kutoka kule nyumbani mashinani mahali tuko leo.
Hizi mbio za Chepsaita, like all other sports, zinaleta watu pamoja.
We want to use this event to uplift the lives of the community.
Anafurahia hii mchezo sana. Hata sikaange naambianga watu tuende Chepsaita.
Wanafunzi wakimbie ili wakuze talanta ya mbio ama kuhimiza tena elimu.
This is the place to be. Hapa ndipo mahali wanastahili kuwa tarehe 7. Wale watoto walikimbia last year, wamekimbia mpaka wamefuka mipaka zetu za Kenya.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
You're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m.
It is exactly 13 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for staying with us. Time now for that important conversation on the Daily Report on matters state of the nation. We are delighted tonight to be joined by three gentlemen. On the left, on my left is Reverend Canon Evans Omolo, Provost at All Saints Cathedral here in Nairobi. Welcome.
Thank you.
In the middle is Alhaj Hassan Olenado, National Chairman, Supkem Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
And last but not least, on my right is Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga, Chair, National Council of Churches of Kenya, NCCK. Welcome.
Asante sana.
And I'll begin perhaps with you. Today we did see some political activity in terms of the way of pictures and a statement. The church and the religious leaders have talked about unity and lowering the political tensions. What did you make of that visit, that meeting by President William Ruto when he paid a courtesy visit to former President Uhuru Kenyatta?
Yeah, as far as we're concerned, that's a good gesture. We thought it's a great thing, and what we have been talking about, unity, especially as we celebrate Kenya at 61. To me, that was a great gesture because we are celebrating Kenya at 61, where we are going to bury some mindset that is with Kenyan politicians all around. And that should also direct Kenyans to think, as we think about the state of the nation is the state of the people. The mindset that has been there, that the church is looking for accountability, and some politicians will say, you know, it's because the head of state comes from a particular community, and that's why we are doing this. Now, with that kind of visit, it shows that the issue of Kenya at 61 must be past where you come from, should be past your tribal orientation. So when the church calls about accountability, we call about accountability to all of us, wherever you come from. And so that brings unity, that brings strength, and Kenyans should see that and say we are one nation as we celebrate 61 years.
Alhaj, do you think that the political class, the presidency, is now listening?
Yeah, first of all, I think, as had been said by my colleague here, Dr. Kanga, is that it is a good thing. Because one thing that we need to remind ourselves as Kenyans is that the retired president is a citizen of the country. And it is always good to give them the space and the respect that they deserve, because they have something to share. And they have actually learned through the experiences that they have been in leadership. And because they are watching from the periphery, they can actually be able to make a positive contribution whenever the challenges arises. But more importantly is to hold the country together. That is very, very critical. And I think that was a welcome move by the President Ruto.
Provost?
Yeah, I think, George, you know, we are coming from a very, very heated political rhetoric, and different sides of the divide have been pushing for supremacy on both sides, and I guess those who reap from that were really happy when Uhuru would push far away and President Ruto would push far away. But I think for me, from where I sit, I'm really happy that two of our top leaders in this country are able to sit down and talk, and that in itself lowers the political rhetoric and temperature, but it also throws into confusion those who want to reap from division between leaders of this station. Therefore, for me, I hugely welcome that conversation and that talk, because that is what we want to see, leaders working together.
Over time, that we have seen one of the greatest and highest political, quote unquote, division, if you look at it, in modern day politics, and there has been a lot that has been spoken about the voice of the church. NCCK has come out, of course, in the recent past, but again at a time when Kenyans were sort of yearning and looking for and asking, where is the voice of the church in all this? What necessitated the re-emergence of the NCCK in terms of being vocal? First of all, was NCCK not vocal? Did you get a new voice after what was happening?
No, I don't think so. NCCK has spoken. There is a structure that we speak as a church. In most cases, when we say NCCK has spoken, it means we have sat together as an organization and we have agreed on specifics. What we said last week in our executive, we have said it before, but yesterday we brought the nation together and then we spoke into specific issues. And specifically, what are we saying? We are saying our role is basically accountability and prophetic. And NCCK has been there, the church has been there. So long as the state is there, the church is there. what is the role of the church and the state? The church and the state, they work as two sisters, namely that their interest is there must be peace and unity in the country. The client of the state is mwananchi, the client of the church is mwananchi, and so they work together. So whatever happens, always the church will speak. They have spoken, they have spoken, they'll speak, and they'll continue speaking. And so, did it just start yesterday? No, it has been there. It's only that sometimes people report what they want to hear. But this time we spoke specific issues. We talked about IEBC. We talked about bringing the unity in the country. We talked about Kenyan rising up to determine their destiny so that they should not be manipulated and dominated. Then we end up. We talked about IEBC where we said, please, IEBC is an important issue. If we don't deal with it now, we are preparing the country for chaos. We are preparing the country for what happened in 2007. Why? What about if somebody play games with the IEBC and then we come up with the IEBC in 2026? That would be chaotic because one, there'd be an issue of trust. Trust is there with Kenyans. What about if we play around with the IEBC until 2026? There'll be the issue of trust. And the issue of trust comes in and we are heading to general election, it'll be a nightmare. Not only that, there are people who are suffering. There are people that have never gotten their right share as far as justice is concerned, right share as far as their constituencies and their counties are concerned, because there are resources that are supposed to go to those counties, especially those who have no MPs. So are we fair to them? So for sure, we said IEBC is an urgent issue that must be dealt with. And what's the problem for IEBC? The problem for IEBC is the legal system. The legal system can, if they want to work with it, they'll work with it as early as yesterday and stop it.
Leonardo, what do you think? Why would the issues that perhaps, if you would resonate with them, the issues that have been raised, that even SUPKEM has raised, why is it, does it seem to be a reluctance or sluggish way of addressing them from the political class? Is it intentional?
Yeah, first of all, I want to correct one perception, the language that the media is actually using by saying the church has spoken. You know, Kenyans don't all of them go to churches. There are Kenyans who go to the mosques, there are Kenyans who go to the synagogues, there are Kenyans who go to temples. And the leaderships of these groups have always been speaking. They either speak individually or collectively. So when we point out and we keep on saying the church has spoken, then it seems that we are actually ignoring other important groups within the religious sector. I think the media need really to think of which word they want to use, because the more they use that, the more actually they're dividing the religious sector. But coming to your question, is that the truth is the religious leadership in this country have been speaking about what was spoken by the Catholic leadership, what was spoken by NCCK, and what every other person, including the civil society, have been speaking about. The concerns of Kenyans. Kenyans for the last 2 years have been facing challenges. We know the economy have not been performing well. We know a number of institutions are closing down, especially serious companies that have been working in this country. There are challenges in terms of even the collection of taxes, because the government cannot collect enough when the economy is not performing. Because for the government to get money, the money must be in the pocket of a citizen, so that at least we pay for the services that we get. But the moment the economy or our pockets become empty, there is no way the government will get enough to invest or to develop the country. The minimum they may be collecting is quite something small for them to be able to do the normal things that they do. So because of all these challenges, the religious community and other like-minded Kenyans have been raising concerns that I think we need to speak as a nation, so that we really look at where we are and what is it that we can do to get ourselves off where we are, because we are not doing well. We have education in this country that's not performing. We have challenges. Even today, as we talk here, we don't know what's going to happen with the JCC, grade 9 and other things. We have challenges in the health sector, which have not been clearly solved. There are still, the teething problems with the Shire and Chief and many other things, which to Kenyans, we just want an open engagement with the state, so that we can actually be assured on the steps that the government is taking on certain important policy decisions that the country is taking so that we can walk together in the journey. If we are in a situation where the political class shuts the door, remain in a different room, and then we have the rest of the Kenyans in one room, then you'll always have challenges in terms of not knowing. The other group doesn't know what is actually happening on the other side. The government may mean well. They may be struggling, they may be achieving certain things, but nobody knows what exactly is the government doing. So and one of the proposals I have seen many people talking about is a need of a consultative engagement or a transparent engagement where we have all stakeholders in the table, around the table to discuss on the future of some of the important issues that we feel as a country are not doing quite well. And we remember, as the Dr. have just mentioned here, we are celebrating 61 years.
61 years.
When Kenya attained independence, the rallying call of the Kenyan independence was we have three enemies. That was ignorance, poverty, and disease. And those are the three things that we now face, that we are still facing challenges today. We still need to fix the three that we had a problem 61 years ago. And to me, I think it is a priority, because the moment you touch the three, you are basically touching every Kenyan in wherever that particular Kenyan is, every corner of the country, because all of us need the health, we all of us need education, we all of us need to, a good life. So I think these are the key issues that the leadership must come to the table, must listen to the voices of Kenyans, to the voices of religious leaders, and any other well-meaning Kenyan who is actually demanding for an opportunity to have a conversation that will lead us from where we are to the next level.
Reverend Omolo, good to see. I've seen you've been nodding and agreeing to what Olenado has been saying. And looking at the whole issue of the response that we later saw from government, especially in the weeks, in the last couple of weeks that the religious leaders have been coming out to speak, do you think that is the response the church, the religious leaders should have expected? Is that how the government should have responded?
Absolutely not. You see, what's happening in this country, if I be blunt as I can, is that we have a near zero interest on the side of political leadership in this country to serve the people. And that is why, when faced with the truth, as we saw the voices of religious leaders coming out very strongly and pushing back things that are not happening right in this country, including lies and including promises that are never realized, you come to the realization, George, that there is zero interest on the side of government, on the side of cabinet, on the side of the president, and on the side of leaders that we elected in the August House to seek to improve the welfare of Kenyans. I say this because I have not seen, since the tenure of President Mwai Kibaki, a government committed to improving the welfare of the people. As Sheikh Olenado has mentioned, issues around education. You don't see a concerted effort and a sense of genuineness to improve that. You don't see an interest in turning the economy around, allowing money to circulate. You don't see that. It's President Kibaki who did that. President Uhuru tried, struggled a bit, but I think where we are now, we are sort of nosediving, and I can say that our political leaders are pushing back because the religious leaders have recognized that there is a systematic lying that is being laced with gifts and goodies to silence people so that they don't speak, because they know that when you speak, then we have a huge influence around people who attend the mosque, the temple, the church, and across the board. And there is a sense in which people will now begin to see the truth. I don't see a goodwill, and I want to call on Kenyans not to stop. That even if it means going to the streets, we must demand better, because we pay taxes, and those taxes must be utilized correctly.
Reverend Canon Omolo, you mentioned, sorry?
Yes, and that is
just
why,
briefly, yes.
Yeah, that is why in our statement we said, we told Kenyans to arise, arise and shape your own destiny. How do you arise and shape your own destiny? You arise and shape your own destiny by rejecting what we call ungenuine promises, promises that are done and they don't. Arise and shape your own destiny. Tell your parliamentarian that they should not become spanner boys. They should not be there just to be seen. They should be there to be hard to make decisions, but not to clap hands when the executive says they clap hands. When they say no, they say no. Executive says something, they stand and clap hands. What they hate, say no. So
these same Kenyans have accused the church for, quote unquote, handing over this presidency, this leadership that came through as the clean one, and yet it looked to have gone against its word. What do you have to say?
You know, that has been an issue.
Yeah.
When do you say the church? I have always come up and say, what do you mean by the church? There is the church structured and there is the church individuals.
Yes.
The church structured speaks through specific systems. What happens if the National Council speaks? When the provost of the All Saints Cathedral speaks, he'll speak through the Anglican systems. And nobody has told me that at one day, the Anglican sat and gave a letter and said, we are supporting so and so. Anglicans are part of the National Council of Churches of Kenya. Not at one time in our executive committee, we sat and wrote a letter and said, from today, we are supporting so and so. What we do, Kenyans, and the church is that the church is non-partisan. The church will always support. But individuals in the church structure will operate in a system. The church individuals can say whatever they want. And when they say, they have a right. Okay? But when I speak as NCCK, I need to have something to quote. So now we say, the church did. Yes. Yeah. First of all, it's a right.
Let me just come to the
Dr. Kanga, I really wanted to come on to Dr. Kanga to correct something, but
let me say something.
Yes.
I think it is also wrong for us actually to assume that a certain group, let me say again, the church, for example, this candidate belonged to this group, this particular group. The good thing about our country, this is a country that is governed by a secular system, and we agreed as a country that we are not a religious country.
State,
We agreed that we are a secular state. That the membership or the leadership of this country are free to belong to any religious sect they prescribe or they agree with, and that cannot be said that certain person, because he comes from this particular group, now this group have actually anointed or appointed this person to be in that leadership. Otherwise, if we go that way, we are going to be in serious problems.
Okay.
Because we have to rescue this country. We have been struggling with ethnicity. We have not been able to address the problems of the ethnicity. If we move to the next level and bring religion to the center of politics, then I think we are going to lose this country. It is important that we try, as our level best, to disassociate or to remove the religious institutions or the religious groups from the center of politics, so that we can save this country, so we can have at least a place where we can run to as a country.
Professor, we need to take a break.
Exactly.
Yes.
That exactly is what I wanted to say, what Sheikh Olenade says. You know, religious actors like ourselves are meant to be referees, so that in a situation of conflict, we can mediate. But the moment Sheikh Olenade has two politicians who are vying for a particular one position in his mosque, under his jurisdiction, then Sheikh Olenade chooses to side with one, what happens to the other one? It means I'm not welcome, I'm not invited. Or if they fight, where will they go to? What we are saying is that religious actors must step aside from over-engagement in taking sides in politics and remain as referees. In this country, we have, when you go to the side of the church, we have three broad groupings. We have KCCB, the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, you have the NCCK, and then you have the Evangelical Alliance. Again, I want to correct something here for our viewers, that when on the side of the church, when you say that the church supported a particular presidential candidate or mrengo fulani, that is wrong. Because as Dr. Kanga said, no church came and endorsed. There were sections of the church, sections, and I say very, very clearly sections. And those sections, you didn't find them in the NCCK, and you didn't find them in the KCCB. A few characters within the Evangelical Alliance chose to swing, we call them Pentecostals, chose to swing behind certain political candidates, the deputy president, who is now the president. And I want to call them out tonight, that by the time you're endorsing as an individual or as a congregation a particular political candidate, then 2 years down the line, you realize, whoo, the one we endorsed is now the wrong one. Now it's time to pray them out of power. Then you realize that you've lost the prophetic voice. And that is why Dr. Kanga, Sheikh Olenado, and myself are saying, disengage. We maintain what we call a critical distance with politics so that you're not too invested such that you cannot think or correct when things go wrong.
Absolutely.
But that does not mean...
Allow us to take a break. We've been pressed for this commercial break. Let's take it because the discussion is just getting started right here in studio. But when we come back, we continue to discuss these matters of national importance. Please do stay with us.
Vile unavyojua watoto wengi sana hawana namna. Mimi ningependelea watoto wasome.
I'm here to stress on education. At the same time, let us actually do any kind of sport that we are doing. Sport speaks the best language to everybody.
Tunataka tutafute talents. Zile raw talents kutoka kule nyumbani mashinani mahali tuko leo.
Hizi mbio za Chepsaita, like all other sports, zinaleta watu pamoja.
We want to use this event to uplift the lives of the community.
Anafurahia hii mchezo sana. Hata sikaange naambianga watu tuende Chepsaita.
Wanafunzi wakimbie ili wakuze talanta ya mbio ama kuhimiza tena elimu.
This is the place to be. Hapa ndipo mahali wanastahili kuwa tarehe 7. Wale watoto walikimbia last year, wamekimbia mpaka wamefuka mipaka zetu za Kenya.
Back, you're watching the Daily Report right here on TV47, Matters State of the Nation. And to just reintroduce my guests tonight, before we go back to them, earlier on we were talking about the issues that continue to affect the country. Reverend Canon Evans Omolo, Provost, All Saints Cathedral, as well as Al-Hajj Hassan Olenado, National Chairman, Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, SUPKEM, and last but not least, Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga, Chair, National Council of Churches of Kenya, NCCK. Before we took the break, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I was saying that the fact that we are saying the church, it does not mean that individual Christians should not support the people they like.
Of course.
Individual people in our congregation, they support the people they like. Even me as an independent person, there is somebody I supported. But as an organization, it is wrong to say the church did, But I have a right to pray and support the people I like as a person. And that's why the church is calling for now, please, Christians and Kenyans, arise and shape your own destiny. By doing what? By rejecting and shaming the corrupt people in the community. That's why we are saying the issue of the money. The money that came in, we are saying, if your salary is 700,000 a month, and then the first week you give out 5 million, the other week you give out 2 million, the other week you give out 4 million. I'm left wondering now, if you took that money and build roads or build some washrooms for people in the Kibera, what will happen? All of us will benefit. And then we are wondering, might that be our money from taxes? So because of that confusion, we are saying, please, let's be accountable. Let's come to an area of account. As we celebrate Kenya at 61, even the church is saying, let's be accountable. Let's call upon people to be accountable. So that when they bring money, they just put in the offertory like any other tithe and offering. You don't announce, but you don't use it for your own political gain.
Alhaj, I've seen you reacting to that. Why is it that is it so different for the other groups, if you could call it? You've asked us to draw a distinction to quote-unquote copy what the Islamic community does in terms of offering and money. We don't see that in your line, do we?
Yeah, we have a structured way based on the teachings of the Quran and the traditions of the Prophet, the Sunnah, that we have the two key components in giving. We have the zakah, which is actually compulsory, and then we have sadaqah, which can be given any other given time, but zakah is actually specific, and the specific time that you are supposed to give. So because of those restrictions, Muslims knows when to give zakah and when they give sadaqah. And the best sadaqah, according to the teachings of Islam, is the sadaqah that is not announced, or sadaqah that is actually not known. We say the left hand should not know what the right hand has given when you are giving out sadaqah. So that one has somehow shielded political class within the Muslim community because of the restrictions within the Islamic setup.
Okay. Canon, the fact that there has been a tradition of giving, and now the church are perhaps, or leaders are coming out and saying, we will not either follow this, we would like not to have some announcements, we'll reject. We've seen what the NCCK has spoken about, we've seen what has been spoken, reactions from various groups. Do you think it's very difficult to be able to shake off the tag for groups and individuals, or churches, if you could call it, that went ahead to receive them in the first place initially in the yesteryears?
Judge, there comes a time when we evaluate and realize that we must employ a different strategy. So the fact that previously that seemed to have been the trend and a fairly acceptable practice does not validate it to be correct today. And therefore, the religious groups, and in this case the church, has evaluated itself and realized that we need to change tact. Because, as my colleagues have said, actually these fundraising and Harambee monies and donations is a huge conduit for corruption. You always ask, why don't they do bank transfers? Why carry 5 million shillings in cash? Or the other time we saw Honorable Sudi carrying 20 million shillings in cash. Why not do an RTGS or an EFT, and that money lands from my account to your account, and we end it there? It's because these are monies largely from corruption. These are proceeds from corruption, and they don't want trails. When investigations would happen, they would be caught. You had the other day the cabinet secretary responsible for treasury admitting in front of cameras that the country loses 2 billion shillings every day, not every month, not every week, but every day to corruption. That translates to nearly 700 billion shillings every year. That alone is enough to drive Ministry of Education, and you have excess. When that amount of money is being lost, that is the money that comes back to the religious groupings in form of donations. We are saying, as my colleague Dr. Kanga said earlier, if you take 20 million shillings and put it into a project, into a hospital, it will push you somewhere, because 100 million is enough to build you a good hospital somewhere in Marsabit, a level 3 hospital, fully functioning. Why are we not able to say that? That's why today as church we're saying, no, if you want to give the normal way, quietly like everyone else, and then you go.
We have a caller, John, called from Nairobi. Good evening, John. Thank you for watching. What's your question to our guests tonight, or comment regarding the program tonight? John, can you hear me? Do we still have John on the line? We seem to have lost John, but of course the line is open. You can call in and of course be able to chime in. Daktari, this issue of giving has been there for a while. We did see the president saying he will continue giving. He is actually a product of giving. He's done it for several decades now. I mean, what's the balance?
We also did not say that stop giving. Okay. What we are saying, please give, but as per within the procedure. And the procedure is simple. Give tithe and offering as it is instructed by the scripture. When you give with this hand, let this other hand know. Don't give for you to gain something out of it. Don't give for you to gain favor out of it. Actually, we are all products of giving. We are products of unlimited favor. And unlimited favor comes through the hearts of people, what they have decided. And when they are giving, you never know that they are giving. All of us, we are products of missionaries. For sure, missionaries came and built churches and constructed hospitals where we are and took us to school. That's why we are what we are. But they did not come so that in their homeland, they'll be elected as MCAs. They'll be elected as, and that's why we are saying we have no problem with giving at all. The only thing we are saying, let's be structured within our giving. But also, don't bring money out of corruption. And that's why we are asking Kenyans, arise and shape our destiny. Arise and say no. Arise and say no to oppressive laws. For example, why do you want to inject animals at this time? Who is behind injecting animals at this time? Can we use, is that a priority for now? Can we use that money for something better? Or somebody has just come and you want us to inject animals? Have we finished other projects? Why don't we take care of the education system, as my colleague says here? I don't know, how old is your child?
I don't have any yet.
Oh, you don't have it?
Coming.
Now, I wanted to know how old your child is, because if your child is in school, Prof, how
8 years old.
8 years old. Yes, let's go with the Prof. Now, Provost, if your child is 8 years old, he goes to CBC, isn't it? When he goes and cut cartons and bring those cartons at home, who normally prepares those cartons to take them back to school?
It's myself or my wife.
Yes. So when he goes to school, they say the child is above average. So who has been marked? Is it you or the child? Then from there, the question is, that child with that above average, are you sure if that child joins the other community in the international standards, UK and Canada, will he be above average with cutting of cartons, which I did for her or him? Let's think together. Let's arise and find out what's the best way to go around this. Do you know why a grade 9 is going after this? We don't know. But we are saying all is well. Please, Kenya, don't say all is well. This problem is not for the president. They are our problem. Let's sit and shape our destiny together.
Yeah, maybe just on this issue of giving, I think I look at it from a different angle. There is a traditional way where the religious sector has been doing that without noise. We have not had these noises before. And still the people are giving whatever they are giving to the places that they give. The spirit of Arambe in this country has done quite well in terms of addressing many challenges Kenyans have been facing. We have been able to sort out our small issues in the village level, building our small institutions and many things that the spirit of Harambee has done for us. What we are seeing at the moment, currently, is what I describe it as a mass corruption. Mass corruption because this particular leader wants to show that he's actually giving this particular institution this large amount of money. So wherever who associate himself or herself to that particular institution feel they have been appreciated, something has come from this particular politician. And this politician also wants to be associated with their faith. That is the reason why they choose these particular institutions to go and give. And they don't go to places that there are no cameras and many other things. Why could somebody just go to a village in Marsabit, for example, and donate there without cameras and do some good things there, or in a village in Loitokitok or any other place? It is because basically they don't want that. What they are trying to do, there are two things they are trying to confuse that the Congress. One, he wants to be seen as a religious person. He wants to identify himself with a congregation that is part and parcel of that congregation. Number two, he also wants to be seen in that congregation as the helper, someone who has come in to support, to help this congregation. So what that happens, it actually end up now confusing the electorate, that we have a very religious person, but in the real sense, this particular person is hiding many other skeletons behind the giving. That's the biggest worry that is Kenyans have.
Provost, what do you make of this whole issue of giving? Was it important to even return that money in the first place? We did see the reactions that came, and there has been confirmation that we've had from those leaders saying the money has actually not yet come back. What is this push and pull of this?
No. Those are just political gimmicks and power games that are being played.
Side shows.
And side shows to distract people. You heard Lusaka the other day say, oh, na usirudishe, na ukirudisha, unirudishi. I mean, George, we are in a very sad state as a country that those who are given responsibility to lead are misusing their positions of power through corrupt resources and using that corrupt money to buy the people, to impair their judgment. As Sheikh Olenado says, you know, when you rise as the most powerful person, the helper who gets me out of my desperate situation, it then means that my sense of judgment is already compromised and I'm not able to assess or evaluate you objectively. If we go to the ballot, I'll vote because you gave me money, because you brought unga here, not because you'll fix the roads, not because you'll represent me in parliament and demand for last mile to come to my village so that I get electricity. No, but I got my unga for today. So it's a power imbalance, and it's a power game that we should never want to accept. I want to really appreciate the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops for their boldness, rising up to trailblaze in terms of saying, no, pesa ya corruption, hiyo tutachukua. And if the religious leaders would come together in that manner, the politicians will have no one to corrupt or to buy. Because if we don't, then, you know, these guys are politicians, and their strategy is to divide. Their strategy is to get a soft belly. And so there are many of our communities, among the Muslim community, among the Christian community, the Hindu community, where people really need resources. So when they see that these fairly endowed ones are rejecting, they look for another place which is very desperate. Wakiona tu milioni moja tu, wachana na 5, milioni moja tu, ni kama Yesu mwenyewe ama Muhammad mwenyewe amekuja kuwasaidia. And therefore, they will run quickly and take. So they will want to use that to win political favors, to win votes and all that. We must rise up and say we shouldn't allow our conscience to be bought, but we must assess every political leader based on what they're able to do and based on their track record, what we've seen them do before. We want to ask all the religious groups, please reject corruption money that is being channeled to you and ask that those resources be deployed to improve your communities and living standards.
Dr. Looking at all these imbalances that we are seeing in this country, how the state of the nation is, whereas we've seen the revocation of the PPPs like Adani and all, do you think we are headed in the right direction? And a question to the three of you, where are we heading as a country?
First of all, as we celebrate 61 years Kenya at 61 years, there is something we can celebrate, that we are better than many African countries because we have freedom of speech. Despite that it's being interfered with, that's why we are calling upon Kenya to arise and determine our destiny, so that we don't go back again where people will be abducted because they are said. We stick there and we don't allow this to happen. We don't allow any abduction in the country. And if somebody is abducted, somebody must produce. If somebody is moved from Kenya, the issue that's going on in Uganda of that politician where they say he was abducted here, surely that kind of thing, we need to arise as Kenyan and say no to abduction, no to chief. What's happening with the chief? Are we better off? No, we are not better off, because as priests in the parishes, we are burying people every day because of the confusion that is there because of SHA. And that's why we as NSK, we are saying, please pause, go back to NHIF, and then let's organize, and then let's move together with the nation. Let's not go ahead and say all is well, and tomorrow we are burying people. All is well. When is all going to be well? It's going to be well when you move together. If you want to move faster, move alone. But if you want to move together and move with everybody, you'll move slow but sure. So where are we heading to? We need to arise. We are heading somewhere, because Kenyans, arise and speak it out. Arise and ask what you want. We have Constitution 2010. Not only that, where are we heading to? We are heading to an area where we are going to demand, Chapter 6 of the Constitution, something must happen. Before you to become a leader, we check Chapter 6. We don't manipulate one another. We are saying of IEBC. Do we have IEBC or we don't have IEBC? There is IEBC that gave us the deputy president recently. That IEBC, that IEBC that was there, we should go to it and ask the judicial people, how did you allow IEBC to give us a deputy president when other things should not be going on? So, judiciary, wake up. As somebody said today, one of the politicians says today, please, if there is what we call agreeing on those courts, on those court issues that are there about the IEBC, we should agree as yesterday and then move on. But where are we heading to? We are heading where Kenyans are going to say it is our country. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sheikh, as you compound with your closing remarks.
From where Dr. Reverend Kanga just stopped is that, yes, we are not doing well as a country. But my feeling is that we have an opportunity of actually moving forward in a manner that will be helpful to the Kenyan people. The most important thing for the leadership is to listen. And that is the first step. If they listen to the voices of Kenyans and respond respectively and give us the alternative in terms of the voices that are being raised, and then that is what Kenyans want to see. Because when, for example, you just started by mentioning Adani and some other interesting things there behind. When Kenyans spoke and made a lot of noise about Adani, it was removed. Same way with the bill, with the financial bill. What brought the GNC movement sometimes back was also put aside. But what again I insist, the leadership is a shared kind of responsibility, because every Kenyan is a leader on his own right. In the different levels that we are leading. And when leaders speak, it is good that we speak with one another with the aim of looking for a solution. When we raise concerns about things that are not working with the state should actually, the leadership, the country's leadership should be able to respond on what is it that we are seeing. And let there be collaboration on how so that we can actually have an opportunity of engaging. Because when you see the religious leaders going to the media, you'd actually need to understand that there were no any other spaces that they can actually express themselves. Because the most important thing, in our religion, for example, in Islam, we are told to counsel leadership in private. That's what Islam says. That if there are issues that you are seeing that the leader is not doing well, you are supposed to counsel the leader in private. Now the challenge that is now emerging is that privacy. Where is that space located at? Where you can now be able to say, I want to counsel my leader in this space. The space is not there. So the only space that is now available is the public space where people will be able to ventilate the feelings of the people they represent. Because when the religious leaders speak, they speak on the people they represent, the pains that we come through. We do fundraisings every day to support children who are out of school, to support the sick, to support people who are traveling, and unfortunately they could not reach their destinations because the fare that they have could not take them to where they are going. We fundraise to get money for even people to sleep, because some of them can actually come to Nairobi stranded. So what do you do as a mosque or a religious institution? You quickly do a quick fundraising and support the brother or a sister who has come to you. These things can be avoided by having a proper consultations from time to time, so that at least the leadership can feel, can share, can learn from how Kenyans are feeling out there.
Provost, to get the last word.
Yeah, I still feel that where we are as a country, majority of those people that we have elected in political leadership, for example, are largely people who are in that space to serve their own interests. And I've discovered a term called commercialization of politics, so that politics is an enterprise. How can I raise so much resources, then tag along a very powerful figure that could enable me be elected? Then once I'm elected, my role then in that office, whether it's member of parliament, whether it's governor, whether it's a senator, is to amass so much that I can through corruption, such that I will then be able to survive and stay, to survive and continue going on even if I'm not re-elected. So, George, that for me is the greatest worry, that we end up not electing people who deserve to be elected, but people who are buying their way through to leadership. That means what we end up with are likes of what you see in the August House, who are not able to rationally engage over issues from an independent perspective. Remember, Parliament's role is to keep the executive in check. But when you have a situation where Parliament, obviously this is a voice that has been raised, is an extension of the executive. They cannot question, they cannot hold accountable. It means then the interest of members of Parliament is how close you can be to the president, so that you can get contracts, you can get goodies, you can access this, or you can be corrupt and you're not investigated or being arrested. That for me is the greatest worry in terms of the quality of leadership that we get. And Matiang'i told us before President Uhuru retired that more than half of the leaders you're going to elect this time around is a bunch of wash consequences of corruption. And today we are seeing them. They're the ones working with 20 million shillings in sacks. As Dr. Kanga did mention, we know that you earn $1 million in excess, up to thereabouts. Where do you get all this money? So we must rise up and question. And I want to ask my fellow Kenyans, my fellow patriotic Kenyans, and I want to ask the young people of this country, please, if we keep quiet, if we stop, then this country will go down to the dogs. We can deliver what Sri Lanka delivered. We can deliver what Ghana delivered. We can deliver what has been delivered across us. No one should intimidate any Kenyan to be fearful, not to rise up to speak about the bad governance in this country. Because where we are headed, down to the dogs.
Down to the dogs. That is where we want to wind up the Daily Report tonight. We've been delighted to host Reverend Canon Evans Omolo, Provost of All Saints Cathedral. Thank you so much, Canon, for joining us. Sheikh Al-Haj Hassan Olenado, National Chairman, SUPKEM. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Last but not least, Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga, Chair, NCCK, Nairobi Region. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And of course, we trust and we hope that we've listened and that we'll be able to put into action what these gentlemen, these religious leaders have been able to tell us and advise, and of course not only to us but also to those elected into office. My name is George Maringa. On Sign Language interpretation has been Catherine Simaloy. We want to wish you a wonderful night, and as always, stay safe and be kind to one another. I'll see you tomorrow.